Good evening. Why are you thinking of what is it, Prinnies? You're thinking of Prinnies when you say that? Or is there something else I'm missing? Hello, Necrokitsune, and hello, Azure Shot. Hello, Healthy Donut. Oh, thank you for that. Actually gonna take this opportunity. I almost didn't wake up for this. Almost didn't wake up for this. I know I'm late. I'm always late. but but I was yeah. I'm still waking up. It's about 5:30 EST. I I am an evening primrose. We do wake up at night. We do wake up at night. It's in my hair. It's on my dress. And hello, go make the lava golem. As long as I'm getting enough. Yeah, I went to bed at 7 a.m. I think that's more than enough sleep. Ish. I suppose. Like sometimes I get more sleep than other times. Like sometimes I do sleep for a really long time. I had a week in I think the summer and in October. Like every so often I just kind of go into more like a when it gets like really warm or really cold, uh the garden elf of me just kind of wants to like curl up in bed. But just realized I have my tea and I need to stop it from steeping. Give me a second. I have to put it in its little cup. It's an Earl Grey, so I don't want it to be over steep because then it would be very strong. I am not allergic to sunlight. I'm not allergic to sunlight. This is my natural pattern as an evening primrose. It's my natural pattern. I I have my family is kind of mixed. My mother and father are not like night walkers. So when there's family events, I tend to flip back. It's kind of it's painful in the sense of like having to rearrange your entire schedule, but I can do it. I've done it before. I'm going to have to do it again in like a few more weeks when I have to go on vacation again. 3 to 3.5. I don't know if I could do that. That would be. I know there are some elves that can run on like not even sleep. They can just run on like what 4 hours or something. I can't do that. I cannot do that. Mm, mm. I mm, I drink a lot of tea, but not a lot of it is necessarily caffeinated. I like coffee too, but I don't drink it as much anymore. I don't drink it as much anymore. Yeah, college. I've heard college can mess that up as well. 8 hours, sweet spot. Yeah, I guess I overshot that. I guess I overshot that today. But again, like human to elf, it's not quite the same. Not quite the same. Oh, I think I have this up too early. I realize I have my text description, but we are going to be reading today about. We're going to be reading Dungeon World. Work. I am glad I have none of that left. I am far beyond the bounds of that. It's class until 10. That's unusual. Oh, wait. No, I think I have heard of that. I have heard of that. But it not very common. have class that late. I feel like I heard of some people who had classes that were art classes, especially when you have like a 4 hour studio class or something, then it would be much more likely to be going till way late at night. Art design, that's a major. I'm surprised. I thought that would be under like the blanket of. Actually, no. You know what? I'm thinking, depending on the angle, it may be people who are in industrial design might move into that a bit, but at the same time, the engineering prospects of it might require more of a mix of knowledge. So like half or quarter engineering and otherwise art classes. Whoa. Back to class in February, end of February? That's rather late, isn't it? I don't have my pulse on what the young people are doing, what the young people are doing nowadays, but I didn't think that winter break would be so long. Unless things have changed in the past few years. I really don't know what the young people are doing. I really thought that they'd be back to school by now. Super. Oh. Oh, okay. That explains a bit. Mm, yeah. I think yeah, the change in weather patterns. Or rather, if your weather pattern isn't northern hemisphere. Thinking. I know that there were some places that did quarters and not semesters. And I'm trying to remember. So, like, summer was, I guess it was 10 weeks each, I think. That's 40 weeks. So then you have 12 weeks off, right? Because it's 52 weeks in a year. So, more of a case of, I guess, if you like stuff 2 weeks in between each one, let's say it's 12 weeks. 12 times 4, 12 times 4, 48. And then you have a week break and so it's a 3 week break in between, maybe? Is that how it would work? How do you 52 divided by 4? 13 weeks. Okay. So a 3 week break in between. Is that how it worked? I think that may have been how it worked. You only have 2.5 weeks. Yeah. As I said, there are places that run a little different. And so some people have like a month off and other people would have like a week, from what I've heard. Planning things between people who went to different places was a bit difficult. Hello, Ark. And oh, thank you for the water. Let me grab that. I do actually have water today, and I have my Earl Grey. That's that's insane. Not in a good way. That's really bad. That's more than a job. It's more than a job should be. I I almost hope that you're overloading on classes for that to make sense, and that's not like a normal amount of work for a student in your grouping. I will tell you that it will hopefully get better when you're out of school. No more homework. Only taking four? Only taking four, and it's 60 hours plus classes. God, I'm taking care of some sprouts, some saplings, and having to kind of remind them like once once things are done, or rather, not even once things are done. How to put this? If you're not getting paid for it, don't bother. Don't bother. When you're out of hours, call it quits for the day. It can wait. It can wait. At least one is being sponsored. Still, though, still. Yeah, still, though. Like, that's that's taking over your life. I understand that job training is important. Just you only have so many hours in the week to take care of things. How many hours are in a week? 24 times 168. Okay, 168 hours. How much does a normal person sleep? 8 times 7? 112. 112 hours that you're not sleeping. And then you have another 60 hours worth of homework. That's 52 hours. That is 7 free hours a day, and you have classes on top of that. That's you have to subtract classes, and this is not including commuting or taking care of your home or yourself or anything. Mm, 6 hours are people often have to sleep to do work and commute. That might be true, especially if you have young ones to take care of, and you can't split hours with someone else. Still, still. I suppose I'm lucky in that regard. On it's golf. It's tea. Tea. Hmm. Let's see. There, actually, I might as well bring this up. This is the tier list from before. The tier list from before. I haven't rejiggered it, moved it. So, real quick. It is. I'm trying to remember. Let me check real quick. Let me flip through the book to see how many more we have. 3 more to go. 3 more groupings to go, and it looks like this. It's more of a case of I kind of hope I don't have to resize it. Resizing isn't like a huge pain necessarily. It's just I've already resized it like once or twice. It's back down. I can put myself back down. But yes, today's plan is to go through the creatures of the lower depths. Assassin Wine? Assassin Vine uh, is part of the Dark and Twisted Forest. These are. I should define what a monster is. Because Assassin Wine could theoretically be a monster, but it wouldn't be like what you're thinking. What you're thinking is probably more of like an item. Thank you. Let's see. Monsters. The organization of this book is a little strange. And also, I'm going to turn down the music. Fiends are not fiends are monsters. Fiends are monsters. Or rather, the definition of monster. A monster is any living or undead thing that stands in the character's way. So a fiend may or may not be a monster depending on the characters involved. Is the fiend working with them? In that case, they're not a monster. There's one more thing I'm going to for this, because we have the different sections of monsters settings. It's a nice broad way of defining a monster relative to the player, so you don't have to deal with morally good or evil. It doesn't matter. It's working against the PCs, and that's what matters. Everything, this world revolves around the PCs, whether they know it or not. Okay, so we've been going through different settings, including, let's see, cavern dwellers, denizens of the swamp, legions of the undead, the dark woods, ravenous hordes, twisted experiments. That was last week, and this week is the lower depths. An evil wizard, he doesn't even have to be evil to be a monster. He's a wizard on like multiple levels. If he's working against the party, and if the party can very well be evil, there are options in the book for that, I believe. Let me check. So some of the classes that are available in Dungeon World are the rogue, the wizard, the druid, the fighter, the paladin, the ranger, the cleric. So, or I think the thief, there was an option for. Oh, yeah, the alignment options are tied to the classes, and they're much more limited than what you would find in other places, but they're also a bit more. They give you a better description per class what they mean by alignment. So, rogue alignments: chaotic, neutral, evil. Pick one. Pick one. So, chaotic, leap into danger without a plan. Neutral, avoid detection or infiltrate a location. Evil, shift danger or blame from yourself to someone else. Let's see. The wizard. What are the wizard? Chaotic is probably one of them. Yeah. No, never mind. It's wizard could be good, neutral, or evil. You cannot be chaotic evil because you only get one alignment. One alignment. You don't need to. I think it's more of a like focus on. I think this might be true for a lot of people. You might be chaotic evil, but often cases, isn't it like you're primarily chaotic over being primarily evil? That sort of thing. Which one is the bigger thing? The more often used section. So the wizard can be good, neutral, or evil. And for the neutral and evil, well, actually, I'll read the examples. Good, use magic to directly aid another. Neutral, discover something about a magical mystery. Evil, use magic to cause terror and fear. Paladin. For instance, Paladin has only two alignments. Paladin has lawful, deny mercy to a criminal or unbeliever, and good, endanger yourself to protect someone weaker than you. So yes, you can be, you don't have to be good to be a paladin. Just have to be good or lawful. One of those two things. And listening to that description, deny mercy to a criminal or unbeliever, it's very much not good, is it, to do that? Yeah, it's in Pursuit of XP. I may have used the lawful option, this paladin thing, to uh further my cause in a game. Mm. Let's see. So alignment is your character's way of thinking and moral compass. It can be an ethical ideal, religious stricture, or maybe a gut instinct. A character might not say, I'm an evil person, but may instead say, I put myself first. So the alignments are good, lawful, neutral, chaotic, and evil. And you can change alignment. It's not. They see it usually as more of a gradual thing than a decisive move. You can also switch alignment moves while staying the same alignment. To give you experience. Let me check. It's been a little while. It's been a little while. Moves. Engine moves. Hello, how are you? Um, I have to search. Okay, so there's sections on this. Any new bonds, multi-class moves, requires and replace beyond 10th level. Acting according to your alignment and fulfilling the conditions of your alignment moves will grant you XP at the end of each session as well. So it does actually grant you experience. It doesn't say how much. It does not say how much. Yeah, bonds also. Bonds are another thing that make, as Asher put it, make the players more narratively invested in the story, and it gains some experience for resolving bonds. So bonds are something that I really miss from other systems. Basically, ties between party members enforced by the character sheet. I say enforced, but like you wrote them yourself, you decided them yourself, and it helps. You do get experience. It's not like a monster. Monster A is worth like X experience. It's not that kind of game. And oftentimes nowadays, even people don't really play that style of game, do they? They play Milestone more so, and not a goblin is worth like one experience point. Let me go back up to experience. Sorry, we covered this like back in October, maybe even August, because we've been reading like DM side stuff or so for the past forever. For the past forever. Level up is a special move. When you have downtime, hours or days, and XP equal to or greater than your current level plus 7, you can reflect on your experience and hone your skills. End of the session, you choose your bonds that are resolved. You haven't played one for a very long time. I haven't played since, well, pen and paper. Like pen and paper I haven't played since before the plague. But online, my group moved online for that time frame, and we last played, I think, in September? No, maybe even October. It was delayed because of issues. And it wasn't this system, it was a completely different system. It was Scion 2E. Oh, wait, no, I did play in October. I did play in Dr. Conrad's. He ran a Pathfinder 1E Havoc Harvest Festival, which was a PvP game. It's my first time playing Pathfinder. I've played 3.5, like D&D 3.5. So I had kind of a basis for it, but not the proper basis for it. And plus, it was PvP, so things were a bit different. And I was playing a very basic character type, a fairly basic character type. Mm-hmm. The VOD. Actually, I wonder if the VOD still exists. Or he has a YouTube channel. Let me check real quick because it was on his account. Let's see. Let's see. Does Dr. Conrad have a VOD channel that might be on? Or maybe he highlighted it. Doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it. Though it might be lost to time. It might be lost to time. I did not win the PvP game. I did not win the PvP game. That's okay. That's okay. I was not expecting to be anywhere close to winning because, again, it was my first time playing. I'm not used to playing PvP either, so. But I did not play first edition Pathfinder when it was first coming out or anything like that. And even when I was playing D&D 3.5, that was that was just a few years ago, actually. Just a few years ago. So not when it was the latest and greatest thing out necessarily. Or rather, like I may have started reading it. I did start reading 3.5 when it was the current game in the line, in the D&D line, but I didn't really play it unless it was a I vaguely recall playing with a friend the an intro box sort of thing, but it was only two of us, so it was a bit awkward because it's not really a two-player game, and we didn't have anyone else at the time who was interested. So what are you gonna do? A few years after that, though, I did play. I did find a group that played Vampire the Masquerade. I think it was second edition before Gehenna. Hello, Danny boy. Before Gehenna. Mm. Let's see. Let's see. But yes, so I've just been reading monster stat blocks for the past, like, we're on setting 7. I have only been able to go through more than one block, like one setting in a session once, like the very first one that I did for it. So maybe the second. I did Cavern Dwellers and Swamp Citizens in the same session. So it's been 6 sessions, 6 readings of just stat block. Just stat blocks. But today we will get through. We have very few left. We have very few left. We have lower depths, we have planar powers, and folk of the realm. Most of these have been very traditional in terms of you would definitely define them as a monster in other games. In most cases, there might be some where it's kind of a dwarven warrior. He's an NPC, but he may not necessarily be a monster. Well, in this case, he's both. He's both. Mm. And also, I guess the elves really depends on, again, perspective. It depends on perspective. NPCs, monsters. It depends on how much of a stat block they have, doesn't it? Are they able to be killed? Are they able to be killed? Except that even then, that's not really a proper description, is it? It's just that when you have most NPCs, the players don't know what the stat block is, and you don't necessarily know what the stat block is, but if you have to pull one out, it's probably going to be what, like a level 1 commoner? It's probably a level 1 commoner. Because if you assign something a little heavier, it's going to get. They're going to think this is something that we should kill. And thank you, Winter, for the follow. Stat block. So I can get a screenshot here of a stat block. Let me grab one so you have an idea of what I'm talking about. It's basically a collection of attributes that belong to this particular creature. If you think about the creature as an object, it has various attributes, like whether it's got a name, that's an attribute. It has hit points, that's an attribute. Does it have armor? That's an attribute. Does it have special qualities? Does it have it has a description? And it has special moves, perhaps. But I think this applies to most games. They will have monsters with stat blocks. Let me grab one from. No, I have tools. So it's encounters. Maybe I can just. I have a D&D Beyond account, but it's canceled. But it's still good for the rest of the year because it renewed. It renewed like not even a month before the whole issue. It's yearly. Okay, let's grab one for a. Oh, hey, Ancient Deep Crow. We'll grab one for an Ancient Copper Dragon simply because that is available. Oh god, this is long. Let me put something together really quick in Photoshop. Base stats for classes. Can you drain their hit point less? Like, it can be killed. Can it be killed? I actually have never played Fire Emblem. Ever. Never, ever, ever. I've missed out on a lot of RPGs. There are definitely some that I wanted to play, but I wasn't able to because of the cost involved at the time. For instance, I saw someone recently playing Threads of Fate. I knew someone who had the game, but I never got to play it. One, because the cost of the game. Two, actually, because cost of getting an extra memory card. The cost of getting an extra memory card. Not having like a huge 4 memory cards in one system. Need more storage space. What is another system that has that? So we can maybe actually I'm going to dive into a different book real quick. Let me grab something here. Copy, right? It's kind of a wait. What is this book doing in here? This is not a tabletop book. This is not a tabletop book. Werewolf. We'll pick werewolf. Oh, maybe I should have picked Changeling instead. Oops. Talking about tabletop RPGs. I'm grabbing some examples of stat blocks. I'm grabbing some examples of stat blocks from different games to give an idea of what they're like. I'll also grab one from the SRD here. We are, what's a, actually, you know what? I was going to say I'll try and get the same type of creature in each, and then I realized at the same time, like, wait, I don't know if that exists in one of these books. But it might exist in a different book, honestly. Let me grab it up. Can I look, can I search for this word? Oh, okay, there's a lot of references to this in here. If I go all the way to the bottom, though, is there a stat? Uh, uh. Thank you. Thank you, Sasha, for the read. Uh, thank you, Sasha. I'm an elf. I'm an elf. Those who don't know me, I am the Evening Primrose. I am a garden elf. Think of like a wood elf. Think of a wood elf, but less camp, more clamp. I don't want to leave my pristine garden. Don't take me out of town. Don't take me out of town. I am the NPC. I'm not a goblin either. I'm not a goblin. But thank you for the follow, Sweet Slime, and 80 Pie, and Clan Icefire. Hello. Dragon Palace. I've never actually run anything with Tiamat in it. I'm not a dryad either. I'm not it either. I'm currently talking. Today's session is about monsters again. We are making our way through monsters. We're supposed to be reading with the lower depths, but right now I'm talking about stat blocks in general, and I'm grabbing some examples from different sources. I was trying to find stat blocks from different things that have the different games that have the same creature, and now I'm looking at it like, maybe I chose the wrong kind of creature for this. Maybe I chose the wrong kind of creature for this. Let's see. Like, I don't know if this counts. Like, I have to also make sure I'm in the right section of the book. Yeah, I don't know if I am in the right section of the book. Let's see. Oh, wow. Yeah, there's a lot of words in here that it's kind of I am not equipped to deal with whatever this is. I'm not equipped. It probably would have been easier if I picked a different creature. Maybe if I go grab this one. Hmm. 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 Oh, wait, I can maybe grab something in here. Oh, there's a lot of things in here. Okay. I grabbed one. It's not the same type of creature at all. It's not the same type of creature at all. I will start like scraping this. I'll start scraping this. Hmm. Oh, that wasn't the point. That wasn't the point. Mhm. Going to grab this one too. God, this one's long. And this isn't even like the entirety of it. This isn't even the entirety of it. And there's one more I was going to grab, and that was going to be in the in the SRD. Also, I didn't do this earlier. I should have. Thank you, Sasha. Thank you very much for the rate. Let me. Oh, I okay. I guess I spelled that wrong. Spelled that wrong. Thank you. Thank you. I did not work on this at all. I did not work on my voice at all. I've been awake for like an hour and a half, I think. I guess I'm out of the morning voice thing. I've been talking long enough. I don't have morning voice anymore. But yeah, I'm an evening primrose. I'm a garden elf. Based on the evening primrose. I wake up at night, so 5 p.m. I had to wake up a bit early. I had to wake up a bit early. Let's see, where is the next one I'm looking at? Looking at I okay. It's kind of not in alphabetical order. It's kind of not in alphabetical order. Okay. Here are going to be 3 stat blocks for 3 different creatures. Well, trying to get 3 of the same, but what can you do? What can you do? We're going to drop this. Let's call it there or that. Crop. Save. Should not be. I probably shouldn't be using Photoshop for this. It's probably way overkill in general. Let us save it as a PNG. That's not the right one. I have to change the image. I have 2 things with the same name, and one of them is a PNG, and the other one is a JPEG. So sometimes it's loaded up the wrong one, so I'll have something completely different than what I had planned. But so this is an example of 3 different stat blocks. They're actually rather small. I will make them larger, and I will move myself over here. So, for example, we have D&D. We have an ancient copper dragon on the left. It's a huge stat block, huge, monstrous. Then for the top one, for the I couldn't find a dragon very quickly in the Changeling, the Dreaming 20th anniversary book. Yeah, girl. Stat block. Stat block. I sorry. Stats block. Stat block. Cromartie. Yeah, the Cromartie movie. It was a very good movie. I think I have it somewhere in my library actually. The live action and the animated series. And the animated series. I went digging through even more AMVs after that and was kind of like, oh, I'm kind of glad I didn't show that one because that would have made me cry. I was trying to find, like, is there an AMV that makes me cry still, even after seeing it so many times? And I found it. I found it. I feel like maybe tastes change over time. Things that used to make me tear up don't quite so much anymore, but that one, I think, hits worse than it did when I first saw it. Well, thank you for the water and the stretch. And also thank you for the follows, Black Foliage and Sir Hawk and Wormwood and RDHK13. Mm, mm. Sorry. Actually, I need to take the headphones off. They kind of get stretching. They're kind of big, but they need to be to cover the ears. Mm. I think that got most of it out. That's actually my first stretch since I woke up. So yeah, some games very big stat blocks. Some games like the one starting with dragon on in the second column, very small stat block. Very small. This is one of the ones we're going to be reading. Review. Let's see. I guess one of them is a little cut off too for the Botox. But it's all contextual. It's all contextual. Some of them don't need a whole lot more than others because the game is simpler. And some of them refer to things that are explicitly only in that game. The Changeling book actually has stat blocks available, so to speak, for for vampires and werewolves, even though they exist in the other games, and they have basically how to use werewolves in a changeling game without using like an actual werewolf sheet. How does it transfer? Because you don't necessarily want to. You don't want to have to pick up an entire other games system. The rules are the same, but I say the rules are the same. The rules are like half the same. Like the very basics of the rules are the same, but you get into details like their arts and their meters. I say arts, that's not the right word. And skills is not the right word exactly either. Extra abilities that they have that set them apart from humans. And yeah, meters. Act with disdain. That's actually a move. That's actually a move that they do. All those are moves. Dungeon World is very good with advice for players, not players, DMs, opposite of player, sort of. I mean, you saw earlier that the move for a lawful paladin is to deny mercy to an unbeliever. Dungeon World is special. Okay. And thank you for the follow, Azel Christian PP. I'm going to move myself back to the center. And I'm going to grab the book out. A move can be quite a bit of things. It's just something that you do on your turn. So, like hack and slash is a basic move, volley is a basic move, discern realities is a move, spout lore is a move. Special moves include last breath, which is basically what happens when you're dying. Undertake perilous journey is a move. Take watch. Let's see. Encumbrance is a move. Discern realities, yeah. Discern realities. When you closely study a situation or person, roll plus wisdom. On a 10 plus, ask the GM 3 questions from the list below. On a 7 through 9, you ask 1. Either way, take +1 forward when acting on the answers. So, discern realities. The questions that you may ask include things such as, what happened here recently? What is about to happen? What should I be on the lookout for? What here is useful or valuable to me? Who's really in control here? What here is not what it appears to be? Those are all things that you can ask. So it's about, as I say, not just about noticing a detail, it's about figuring out the bigger picture. Yeah. It's kind of like it's ye old, I want to investigate, I want to perceive the room type thing. I want to perceive the room. Just kind of all rolled into one piece. An insight too, with the like, who's really in control here, and like what here is not what it appears to be. It is more general, more broad. There's also parlay. You can parlay. That's an option. When you have leverage on a GM character and manipulate them, roll plus charisma. Leverage is something they need or want. Asking the right questions. Yeah. And again, even the GM in this game uses moves. There is an entire huge section of it, and basically it's a very good insight into how to run a game for a beginner. I feel like it's much more friendly than starting as a dungeon master for D&D. I think it's way more friendly. It breaks it down much better, because instead of it being much more freeform, so the players have moves, so does the GM. The GM also has moves to follow. And thank you, Notsume, for the follow. So, examples of some dungeon master moves. You can use a monster, danger, or location move. You can reveal an unwelcome truth. Show signs of an approaching threat. Deal damage, use up resources of the players. uh, turn their move back on them, separate them, give an opportunity that fits a class's abilities. These are all different moves that the GM has. Like, these are all the options available in your toolkit. GM is the same as DM. It's Game Master versus Dungeon Master. So, for I think the purposes of staying more broad, GM is the broad way of putting it because there's baggage associated with Dungeon Master. Different groups use different terms. For instance, White Wolf tends to use storyteller. Yeah, GM is staying out of World Wizards of the Coast Clutches. I don't know if Dungeon Master is necessarily trademarked by them or anything like that. But if you want to differentiate yourself from them, Game Master is the more generic phrase. But there's nothing saying that you can't, again, make up your own way of putting it. Sometimes they might also go with narrator or something like that too. It really depends on the feel of the game that you're playing. Storyteller for White Wolf is more so because this is a joint story you're all telling. And in some cases, it's more of like a cinematic sort of thing, cinematic sort of feeling. And Cyberpunk uses referee. And what is it? Okay, I have paranoia here too. What does paranoia use? I feel like paranoia has a very specific term. Let me double check. Oh, I don't have paranoia. Let's see. Do I have paranoia in here? I do not. AI. I'm not certain. It might be whether or not in paranoia. Yeah, friend computer. It's just a question of is the DM title or like GM title friend computer or not? Or is there a layer in between there? Let's see, let me double check. Okay, yeah. Friend computer is in fact the name of the is in fact the name of the game master in that game. So paranoia is it's a 1984, but recently, I say recently, 2017 it was re-released, and I have a copy of that downstairs, and I've played in that and seen games played where it's a 1980s dystopian future game. 1984-esque, Brave New World, Logan's Run, and it is black humor. So friend computer is your game master, and all the players are troubleshooters. They are supposed to help friend computer out. They start with a certain kind of clearance. Oh. Yeah, maybe I'm kind of breaking the rules a bit there. So you're helping friend computer out in this utopia. In Alpha Complex. Also, as people say, if you know the rules too well, you're not allowed to play. There's security clearances. You start at one security clearance that will tell you whether or not you can do something or not do something. I feel like even knowing that there are security clearances beyond your starter one might also be that might be treason. That might actually be treason. And you start with copies, or rather, so you're a troubleshooter in this society, futuristic society. If it's expected for your character to die, in fact, that's why you have backups. You might, I think you can even die in character creation. Character creation is PvP. Legit. And the game itself is kind of a mix of it's PvP, but at the same time, if you get too PvP, that might, I don't want to say might break the game. It's you want to complete your objective and you want to make yourself look good. You also want to make the others look bad. You want to look the best. So it's that kind of push and pull. It has a push and pull to it. So you want a group who can be antagonistic to each other in a friendly way. It's corporate. Yes, yes, it's corporate. Of course it'd be corporate. Mhm. You are expected to betray each other for your own interests. And it's lighthearted, tongue-in-cheek, black humor. All these things feel like it shouldn't go well together, but it does. Again, if you have a good mix of players who can backstab each other. Mm. I want to say I have the book. I've only ever played as a player though, or rather as a troubleshooter. So, um, more of a case. Please don't kill me. It's not treason. Treason. I don't know the rules well enough for it to be treason. So I honestly don't know whether or not there are stat blocks in that game. To be perfectly frank. Hmm. Yeah. So they use friend computer as their specialized game master term. I'm sure there are other ones I've played that have other names for their what's the phrase, for the person organizing the world section of the game. I actually am trying to think of a game that doesn't have that at all, like everyone is a player, and I'm actually coming up a bit blank. I feel like it does exist. That's the dream though for a lot of people, right? You don't want to have to be a game master, so try and run a game masterless game. I really don't know. I think there might be very few that actually do that, and whether or not they do it well is another question. Mm. I feel like I was part of a game where someone was trying to do that, but they may have also been using an AI to get around it. AI is a dungeon master. That might be more possible now than it was a few years ago. Thank you, Cave Helmer, for the follow. I know a few people who would probably be very interested in playing Friend Computer. Or rather, I know someone who, I'm still, the group that I played it with, I still play with that group on occasion. So I think I think that person would be willing again to play Friend Computer. I think they've never actually gotten the chance to play a troubleshooter though. Gloomhaven? That's fair, but that's a board game. That's a board game. Although then again, the line is very blurred, isn't it? Between a board game. I think because actually versus like a tabletop RPG, it's less on the RPG section, right? Like you're not role playing. Where's the role playing Gloomhaven? I liken it a bit more to, I think it's Descent, where you have to keep on top of the objective too much, especially because the game master is the game master doesn't exist. It's the board. You're fighting against the board. So in that case, for instance, is Call of Cthulhu. Not Call of Cthulhu. Not Call of Cthulhu. Oh, the other one. I keep mixing them up. Like I know Call of Cthulhu is the RPG, but every time I want to say it, the name of this other game, it's the board game one, the huge fuck off huge game. What is the name of it? I have it. I've played it a few times. The physical copy. I played it like twice. Ah, Arkham Horror. No, it's Arkham Horror. I played Arkham Horror. I got my brothers-in-law to play it with me once. That was a mistake. It's a mistake. They're not tabletop people. They're not board. They like board games, okay, but at the same time, like that was just no. I have not played with all the expansions. I do not own all the expansions. I only have like 4 expansions. I think at the time I only played with 2, and it was still taking up the entire table. Uh, let's see if we can find a photo of that. I was only playing with like 1 or 2 expansions. Let's see. Is this? No. I can't tell based on the photos if it has all expansions or not. Oh, okay. Here's a photo from Arkham Horror for it. And let us save it. This was probably also this is probably an asterisk of at the time this was the maximum. So it's entirely possible that the max is actually bigger than what's shown here. So this was Arkham Horror, the board game. What? Okay. With all the expansions at the time that this person played it, and also maximum players. This. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah. Again, I feel like it has expanded since this posting. It has expanded since this posting. I swear, let me check. Because I definitely see another board that looks like it is bigger. So how many boards are on this? Let's check real quick. How many boards? 2, 3, 4, 5. I think there's 5 boards in here. That looks like it. Let me check one. Okay, so yeah, I suppose this might actually be it. This might actually be it. Because there are some other ways to lay this out, I suppose, that are a bit more hectic than others. A bit more hectic than others. When is this post from? When is this post from? This was from 1 year ago. Wait, no, this photo is from 2016. This photo is from 2016. So it depends on whether or not they had any expansions after that. But yeah, I think I only played with maybe like 1 board expansion, or I only played with card expansions with my brothers-in-law. You don't think? Yeah. I actually feel like it may be some bits are out of print, but I could be wrong. I might be wrong there. Yeah, so I mix up the name of Arkham Horror and Call of Cthulhu a lot. I never remember the name Arkham Horror, but I do own this part of this. Part of this. I would have to check my list. I'd have to check my library. Because I haven't really gotten to bust it out. I suppose it is that time. Last time I managed to play like a longer board game in person was a bit over a month ago, and it's about that time of the month to gather them together and try again. When I say try again, I mean like we successfully played bigger board games last time. We played. It wasn't Veiled Fates, but it's by the same group. Moonwalker? No. Moon something or other. By the same group that did Veiled Fates. But yeah, we try and break out bigger games that might be harder to move. And now it's kind of, I just got Frosthaven. Frosthaven is literally not leaving this house. It's not leaving this garden. It's 35 pounds. It's 35 pounds. I actually had to tear the box around it to get it out because I couldn't like pull it out myself. I couldn't pull it out myself. I mean, that's one of those games where like maybe we'll be able to get through a scenario or something like that. But it's a bit of a disappointment too because people have been talking about like having gotten Frosthaven for months in line. This copy finally shows up like months later. Months later. It's entirely possible that someone else in the group already has Frosthaven and has had it for, at least a month or 2 before me. But I guess it doesn't really matter since it's not like we've gotten to bust it out. Or other games that we've acquired since. Once a month is probably not enough. Once a month is probably not enough to get through the backlog. Oh, thank you for the water. I have tea. Oh, water didn't properly. Oh, because of everything going on. I don't know if water worked. Me. The water isn't attached to me, so it probably just sprayed. It probably just sprayed like the side. Dune board game? There's only been one Dune board game, right? I remember when that came out and seeing sprayed the gaming voice. Frosthaven is by the people who made Gloomhaven. So it's more of the same, just I don't know what the new mechanic is. It's been so long since the Kickstarter I've forgotten. I remember like when they were advertising Frosthaven at conventions. But basically, yeah, it's kind of a game masterless RPG, but without the RP. It's a mm, yeah, it's a hex crawler. That's a good way of putting it. Wait, the original one that got a re-release for Dune? Mm. How many Dune board games have there been? Again, like I do remember when Dune. I saw Dune. I want to say it was getting played, but I actually don't know if they got enough play. Or rather, they were probably hoping for a full table, and I don't think they got it. But I distinctly remember going to a convention and seeing, uh, like a looking for players thing, and they had the Dune box on top, and it was kind of a, I ain't got time for that. I ain't got time for that. Especially because it was like only an hour or two, I think, before the closing of the convention floor. So it was kind of a, mm, how many Dunes have there been? There's 1979, and then there's the 2019, and then there's the 1984, and the 2002, and then there's Imperium and a dice game. Okay, so I'm going to say that there have been. I can't tell if these are re-releases. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay. Um, there's a lot of things out there with Dune in the name. There's a lot of things out there with Dune in the name. So I'm thinking of the 2019 one, which is a re-implementation of the original Dune, I suppose. Yeah, it's a re-implementation of the 1979 Dune. Yeah, no, that was the one that I saw in 2019. People, the release of it, people trying to get a group together. I think I actually know someone who has a copy of it. I think I know someone who has a copy of it, but we haven't actually gotten a chance to play it because, again, like bigger games, bigger games. How long is it expected to run? What is the time? 120 to 180. So that's a 2 to 3 hour game. And I'm assuming that is if you know the rules fluidly. So yeah, that's a afternoon game, not a bar game, despite the size of it. Despite the size of it. Because I mean, I have other games that play shorter, but are in such a huge box that they are not easily travel. They're not easy to travel with. Let's see. The art was nice though for the cover of Dune. This one. Let me grab out a cover of the one I'm talking about. It's not a WebP. Do not give me a WebP. This is tiny. Yeah, this is the cover of the one I'm talking about, which is the re-implementation of the earlier one. Let's see, the earlier one looks like 1979 one. Oh, this cover. The cover actually looks quite well. Hmm. Hmm. That's the one you have? Yeah, finding copies of old board games. I wish I had a first edition copy of Betrayal because the second edition copy has not held up as well, that well. The tiles are kind of messed up. Didn't happen with the first one. Did I say this is the wrong file type? I did not. It updated. It updated. So this is the cover of the original Dune board game one, the 79 one. Yes, I've watched a little bit of Matt Colville. I watched a little bit of him, but I have not watched his uh like playing games, just mostly the advice stuff. Mostly advice. Mm. I feel like I need to actually properly read Dune first. I've listened to parts of it. I've listened in on parts of it. And I've watched not any of the TV series, but I watched the movie. You know, that movie. That was weird. Let's see, let's see, let's see. I'm supposed to be reading. I'm supposed to be reading. I'm supposed to be reading. Oh, I think I missed this. Kay Valmer, thank you for the follow. I'm sorry for missing it. Uh, part of my screens overlap, so sometimes I miss them. Or I just don't have the like I sometimes with memory it's kind of a did I do this or not? I don't distinctly remember. I do not remember. We had been talking about moves and such in Dungeon Worlds and how they are not necessarily as you would expect. Like not moves can be taken in turns, so to speak, but outside of a lot of scenarios, it's not really that important. Like as a DM, you should probably be trying to keep everyone roughly equal, like giving them all a chance to shine, a chance to make moves. Uh, so like not having an explicit turn order necessarily, but having a mind to keep for that sort of thing is good. But there was a mention of DMs being able to use monster moves as a replacement for like a GM move. You can use location ones, you can use monster ones. You can use there's another one in that grouping. Let me check. Dungeon, I think it was. Monster, danger, or location move. I think there is a way to determine who goes first, but I don't remember what it is. That's something that we covered in here. It might actually be more of an agreement type thing, honestly. Because some people might want to go before others. Who's example of play? Yeah, I think it's more so based on the players themselves. Because the example of play shows someone, the GM asking, so what do you do? And then one player jumps into action and trying to, well, making sure that everyone gets a move before anyone repeats. And then there might also be the case of something taking a little longer than you would expect. Lower depth, lower depth. Let me also, I have the book out. I have the book out. Let me grab my book. I'm also really surprised that no one has come calling. No one's come calling. Normally at this point, I have someone who gets like really mad that I'm not paying attention to them and not feeding them. So, uh, they must be taking it. They must be taking it. So, lower depths. We have, let's see, let me count the monsters first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13. Only 13 monsters. It feels like it's rather light. Feels like it's rather light. Mm. And again, this is lower depths. And there's definitely one monster in here where it was very much like a, hmm, really? Lower depths for this one? Are you sure? Just like how he had in Twisted Experiment, some that were a little nonsensical when you place them in the context of the other monsters. I'm looking at the Pegasus. I'm looking at the Pegasus there. So the first monster that we have for the lower depths is the Aboleth, which is group, huge, and intelligent. It's a tentacle. It has a tentacle attack for D10 plus 3 damage, 18 hit points, and 0 armor. Special qualities include reach, or other, not special qualities, my bad. It's, their range is reach. Their range is reach. And their special qualities is telepathy. Description for the Aboleth. Deep below the surface of the world, in freshwater seas untouched by the sun, dwell the Aboleth. Fish the size of whales, with strange growths of gelatinous feelers used to probe the lightless shores. They're served by slaves, blind albino victims of any race unfortunate enough to stumble upon them, drained of thought and life by the powers of the Aboleth's alien mind. In the depths, they plot against each other, fishy cultists building and digging upward towards the surface until someday they'll breach it. For now, they'll sleep and dream and guide their pallid minions to do their bidding. Instinct to command. Other moves include invade an alien mind, invade a mind. I read up a little high for that. Turn minions on them, put a plan in motion. These are all moves. Let me check. So, 18 hit point group creature. With no armor, but 18 hit points in group. And given the description, it's the kind of case where they're grouped with each other, I suppose, but also grouped with their minions. So that would make it rather difficult. The next thing is an Apocalypse Dragon. We're jumping straight to Apocalypse Dragons. Dragons have not been covered yet. I've been wondering exactly what an Apocalypse Dragon is. Is it supposed to be like a Tarrasque? It might be. It might be. So, Apocalypse Dragon. Solitary, huge, magical, divine. It has a bite for the best of 2d12 plus 9 damage. So the way to read that is like you take 2d12 and you roll it. And then you roll another 2d12. And then you take the one that the roll that went better between those two sets of 2d12. And then you add 9 damage on top of that. And for piercing as well. But yeah, like it's a best of 2d12. This is endgame thing, isn't it? This is endgame dragon. It has 26 hit points and 5 armor. 5 armor is gonna. Tags include reach, forceful, messy. Special qualities include inch-thick metal hide, supernatural knowledge, wings. What? Hold on. Okay. So, The description for an apocalypse dragon. We'll see if it's a task in a second. The end of all things shall be a burning of tree and earth and of the air itself. It shall come upon the plains and mountains not from beyond this world, but from within it. Birthed from the womb of deepest earth shall come the dragon that will end the world. In its passing, all will become ash and bile, and the dungeon world, a dying thing, will drift through planar space devoid of life. They say to worship the apocalypse dragon is to invite madness. They say to love it is to know oblivion. The awakening is coming. Instinct to end the world. Other moves include set a disaster in motion, breathe forth the elements, act with perfect foresight. Does magic ignore armor? We'll check in a second. After I finish this, there's one more thing. Very, very, very rarely in the monsters we have come across sidebars in the book. And the Apocalypse Dragon has a sidebar. Sacred bones crumble in shrines, entombed in roots and stones. A dead sun burns in the hollow earth, nameless rivers of dust. From Wolves in the Throne Room, Thuja Magus Imperium. I have no idea what that is. This book came out in 2012, so a lot of the sidebars are quotes from things that were either came out around that time period or were popular memes at that time period, to be honest. So I do not personally get that one. But there have been a lot that I haven't gotten. Let's double check real quick. We have hack and slash, volley, defy danger. Modifiers, choose stats. Introduce, bonds, basic moves. Let's see, who would likely have. Here starts with armor. And generally for armor, like ignoring magic, if it's hack and slash armor or hack and slash, armor mitigates damage. If a character has armor, they subtract its value from the damage dealt. So in order to hurt this thing, if you hack and slash at this apocalypse dragon and you do 6 damage, you actually only do 1 damage to it because it has 5 armor. There's also the ignore armor tag. So, yes. Damage comes from magic or poison, it ignores armor. Yes, it's DR. It's damage reduction. And damage is dealt based on the fiction. Moves that deal damage, like a hack and slash, are a special case of this. The move establishes that damage is being dealt from the fiction. Damage can be assigned even when no move is made if it follows the fiction. Let's see. Oh, just reading one of the descriptions in here of like how damage is dealt, and it's even making me wince. Ugh. So, like, if the harm is generalized, like falling into a pit, losing hit points is probably all there is to it. When harm is specific, like an orc pulling your arm from its socket, hit points should be part of the effect, but not the entirety of it. How do you swing a sword or cast a spell with a newly busted arm? That type of thing. So it's important to describe how the damage is being done, which is usually ignored in a lot of games. When I say a lot of games, like, so D&D, the player might describe something and they might want to describe it as like, oh, I cut off his arm or something like that. And then it's kind of a great, you can descriptively do it, I guess, but it's not going to have a mechanical effect because there are other things that do that mechanical effect. So, in effect, like, it doesn't actually happen. Uh, or you're describing someone who's been killed and you describe their head being cut off, and it's kind of but great. You just made it so that they can't be resurrected with an easy spell. Descriptively hack off the head. In Dungeons and Dragons 5e, that makes them. Oh. It's more of like a coup de grace type move, I feel like. Or like something that you might do after battle. Um, I guess for like player characters doing that to monsters, there's no problem, right? There's no problem with doing that. Because most of your monsters are not meant to be coming back to life. But if a DM does that to a player, that hurts. That actually really does hurt quite a bit. Yeah, I've had games where players take heads as trophies. That's popular. So here it's, I guess, similar, but at the same time, giving a bit more power to the players to describe how they're doing the damage and doing that. But at the same time, the DM can do it right back. So maybe don't pull that sort of move all the time. Don't do that all the time. Okay, the Apocalypse Dragon. So yeah, you can shortcut it. You can do magic damage, but at the same time, you still want. I want to say, depending on how things go, Wizard's still squishy against this thing, which literally does like a huge amount of damage. Although I guess the case is then, like, can you make yourself so that you're unreachable and still do damage to it to bypass that 5 armor? And I guess if there are magic weapons and stuff involved, but this is not. A dungeon world is not necessarily a world where there's a lot of magic items floating around. Let me check. We haven't actually checked equipment yet. Equipment is after monsters. Uh, but there is a section on magic items, and there are not that many of them, to be honest. There are not that many of them. I would imagine that there's no problem with like custom making ones. They'd probably tell you how to do that early on. Let me double check. Okay. Yeah, the description for magic items is magic items are for you to make for your game. Players can make magic items through the wizard's ritual and similar moves. But yes, it's much more likely for you to custom make, but they give you some examples of ones that would probably be fitting for the world and like good guidelines on how to make these things. One of them is a bag of holding, of course. Yeah, hopefully by the time you're fighting this, you have a way around it, but still, but still. So I've never actually played a game with a Tarrasque. Tarrasque is also another creature. Actually, wait, no. I know that Tarrasque is not supposed to ever be killed. It's supposed to pretty much be like something you shunt onto someone else, essentially. That's weird. Sorry, I got an error. I mean, Tarrasque does have hit points. It probably also has a thing where, like, if it doesn't actually die, let's see. So yeah, it slumbers in its secret lair beneath the earth, remaining in a dormant state for decades or centuries. So yeah, the Apocalypse Dragon is kind of equivalent to a Tarrasque. Which which spell in a 6-second interval will oust down to 0 hit points? So what happens if you don't use the wish spell? when it's down to 0 hit points? Does it like come back up at full hit points? Or does it just regen or something? Oh, regen's how much, I wonder? I'm looking right now at the stat block for the 5th edition one. So just double checking. Because again, I've never played against a Tarrasque. It's never previous editions that had regen. Ah. I also know that Tarrasque is not the highest challenge rating, I think. It got nerfed. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about that. About like a regen, as far as I can see, unless it's written into another part of the stat block. What is the symbol on it? What does the symbol mean? Oh, it's a legendary monster. That's what it is. That explains why it has an L. What is the highest challenge rating? Let me pop that up. If I just like go 29 to nothing. Oh, 30 is the highest. Okay. So there's the Tarrasque, there's Tiamat, aspect of Tiamat, and aspect of Bahamut. But I feel like 3.5 had a lot more creatures that were more powerful, simply, but they also did not necessarily have stat blocks, because if you give it a stat block, you can kill it. So the concept was there. The same thing here, actually, with the aspects. So you have an aspect of a god or something, and you can theoretically kill that aspect, but the god still exists. You just, like, basically killed a shadow of that god. That was the concept, wasn't it? Because I remember going through my Fiend list and seeing higher level things on my, or rather, I only went up to a certain CR, which was way below that of the aspects. But even if I were to include that, it's not actually a god that you're binding. With the level 2 rogue, I've also heard the Aarakocra monk thing. So you just kite it the entire time. That's why Kane. Yeah. Yeah, that's why you don't give stat blocks to things that aren't meant to be killed. If you give it a stat block, the players will kill it. So I think in my games, I don't know if there was like 1 or 2 things that didn't have stat blocks, but they were supposed to be on the level of gods. And yeah, everything else they could have killed. Everything else they could have killed. But like, how to put this? I suppose not necessarily. Okay, you don't have to be a god necessarily to be in charge of a plane, but at the same time, you're in charge of a plane and you're not a god. What the fuck are you? They met some archfey. Archfey? I never know how to pronounce that. I suppose it really goes either way. Avatar of a god. Doesn't have enough speed. A janitor? A janitor? Oh, you mean for something that's in charge of a plane but isn't a god? Oh, yeah, I guess that would work. That would be a little sad. Oh, wow. Yeah, that is actually. Oh, a little heartbroken now with that description. Maybe I will just call them gods in the future. But then again, what makes a god? What makes a god? You need people to worship you to be a god? Well, that was all in the context of 3 point, or rather, D&D anyway. I'm sure different places have different concepts of gods. Like, just thinking about Scion, and there's another one. The thing that's like Scion, but is not. It's more exalted. Yeah, those have, I guess, different concepts of gods, doesn't it? I think it does. And I feel like Dungeon World would have a bit of a stricter concept of what a god is too. But again, not necessarily the same as these other ones. So, like, as powerful as a Terras may be, and it is probably the most powerful thing in this book, it's still not a god. Although they do say to worship it, but it still doesn't make it a god just because it's worshipped, right? Unless it's. I don't think Kuotoa exists in here. Because that's another, like, weird loophole, isn't it? Kuotoa. When I talk about that, there's a race of creatures that are. When they get in their mind that something is a god, even if it isn't, they'll start worshiping it fervently. And the power of their belief actually makes it real. They're like a weird little loophole thing. They're loophole creatures. So, just kind of a, does that count? Does that count? Manifesting. There's a word is it manifesting? That's a popular thing sometimes now, right? Uh, it, is it manifesting? Like, I strongly believe that I'm going to earn a ton of money for doing nothing, that sort of thing. And you think about this really hard for, I don't know how long. And then eventually it will happen, right? I think it's manifesting. That's what it's called. So it's kind of that's equivalent to prayer, isn't it? You're just like praying really hard to no one, to the world to make this happen for you. Yeah, it's manifesting? Okay. If that was the way the world worked, that was the way the world worked. Except for Kuotoa. And I suppose the orcs manifesting is actually real. Manifesting is actually real. Thank you. Thank you. It's no longer morning voice. It is no longer morning voice. The next one. So we had the Apocalypse Dragon. Next is the. Wait, the secret? What is the secret? You're pulling my leg. What is the secret? Is it like the secret to life, the universe, and everything? Is it that kind of thing? Or is it like there's a book that taught people this and the secret's in the book? And you too can know the secret for like 4 easy payments of $29.99. Is it like that? Yeah, but like the secret to the world, if you know the secret, you can manifest. I'm gonna manifest my cats getting along. If I just think about it really hard, give me like a minute to manifest this. I'm visualizing my cats getting along, being happy. They don't even actually have to get along. No, they just have to not want to kill each other. Oh. Oh, so you're saying I can only use it for money and not for like peace in my garden, that sort of thing. Damn. Damn. Foiled. Foiled. Secret to trick you. Yeah. Trick people into giving you money. Yeah, I wish I knew that too, aliens. That's why I'm trying to manifest it. I have 2 cats that get along. The third cat, though, their third cat is a way late addition, and they don't even, well, as I said, I'd be okay if they don't like each other, but they can tolerate each other. They don't have to do like the allo grooming or whatever it is. Just ignore each other. Please, just ignore each other. But they can't do that. They can't do that yet. One of them is very, very jealous. What would happen if you touched my ears? Mm. Uh, I'm actually not very much of a touchy person. I'd probably like jump and shriek, honestly. Like the head pats are okay. They're at a distance a bit, but otherwise touching is mm, I don't I don't really like it. Although cats are an exception. Cats are an exception. Cats don't count. Actually, yeah, when people touch me, I do tend to like jump and shriek a bit when it's unexpected. Poke the elf. Elf. The head pats are okay. Yeah, Azure's not wrong. I try not to shriek during like this sort of situation where it's ASMR night. I try very hard. Actually, the other day, I was talking to someone and I happened to glance out the window and I saw something across the road and it got hit by a car and I shrieked mid sentence. I shrieked mid sentence. It turned out to be a shingle that was just kind of like floating across the road because of the wind, but still, they were just like, "What the hell is wrong, Primrose?" It's kind of I swear, it just caught me by surprise. It was a small shriek. It was a small shriek, but it was still kind of a shriek. It was still kind of a shriek. They're doing construction, so it was a shingle blowing across the road. I didn't even know. I guess the wind was that strong. The next creature, the next monster on the list, is a Chaos Spawn. It is solitary, amorphous. For attacks, it has a Chaotic Touch for D10 damage, 19 hit points, and 1 armor. For attacks, it has Close and Reach. And for special qualities, it has Chaos Form. And I really hope they explain Chaos Form. Because, like, what exactly Chaos Spawn? Is this just like a goopy thing from beyond the outer edges of our knowledge? Is that all it is? Say, is that all it is? But more, mm, give me something a little bit more descriptive. So, Chaos Spawn. Driven from the city, a cultist finds sanctuary in towns and villages. Discovered there, he flees to the hills and scratches his devotion on the cave walls. Found out again, he is chased with knife and torch into the depths, crawling deeper and deeper until, in the deepest places, he loses his way. First, he forgets his name. Then, he forgets his shape. His chaos gods, most beloved, bless him with a new one. Instinct to undermine the established order. Other moves include rewrite reality and unleash chaos from containment. That's a really cool concept. I love this concept so much. Having forgotten your name. Okay, that's something we've heard about. Forgetting your shape. This I'm thinking what is it? It's not the something at Amigahara Fault. Is it that? The Enigma of Amigara Fault. That's what it is. I'm thinking that a bit. You lose yourself in the rocks. You lose yourself in the lower depths. For those who don't know what that is, I will grab up an image. I'm going to grab up the cover because otherwise it it might be, it might be too shocking. Might be too shocking. And people might recognize it based on the art style too. Just what I'm talking about. Except in the case, okay, the Enigma of Amigara Fault is a Junji story, and it is about a fault that is discovered after an earthquake, and this sheer cliff has a bunch of holes in it, human shaped, vaguely. Well, human shaped, I should say. I shouldn't say they're vaguely human shaped, they are human shaped. And people across Japan, perhaps even across the world, are attracted once they see this vault, even on video, on the news, something draws them to it. And when they arrive there, invariably, they find that there's a hole shaped just like them. They are attracted to this hole. They cannot stop themselves from going into this hole. And it is perfectly shaped to them. This hole was made for me. Yes. So just the Chaos Spawn gives me that same sort of feeling a bit. Uh, Especially with the outcome of it. Losing yourself in the lower depths. You hated the story? It's it's a very good Junjito story. It's not the one that messed me up the most. I've already talked at length about that particular story. It's the only one that I've had to give away. Uh, I don't. Oh, actually, I don't actually own a copy of the Enigma Amigara Fault because it's actually included as a story. It was published alongside the one that I gave away, which was Gil. I gave away Gil. But it's a good story if you can read it. If you like horror, you like horror. Uh, and it's been around for almost 2 decades now, hasn't it? I remember when this was published in the US. Does it actually say in the wiki how old it is? Oh, there's a time when you can't, when you accidentally read Junjito. I'm sorry. Yeah, if you're not into horror. But after a while, I would hope that like you would be able to recognize the style. There is one that I would suggest. It's not horror, but it's Junji Ito. Uh, or rather, like very lightly touches on horror in terms of like keeping it light and very comedic. And that is his Cat Diaries. Yes, the Cat Diaries. Because it has his like horror expression sometimes, but it's used more for comedic effect. Yes, I have a copy of the Cat Diaries too. Mm, okay, so 2001 for when uh, Gil was published. And I remember picking up volumes of it in the really nice cover Gil, where it was, there's a word for this. They had like key printing on it. No, embossing maybe? Not exactly. It's black. It's a black cover, but they printed shiny ink on certain sections to give it a very nice look, to give it the name and to give it the what is it? There's a word for this. I used to know the word. I used to know a bunch of printing words. I don't anymore. Uh, do they even still make? Uh, uh. Oh, I guess they did a whole series like this. They did a whole series like this. I can only find like a cover of one of them. Uh, yeah, like photos don't really do it justice. I feel like cover them describing. Let me grab up this. So it's solid black, but it looks in this picture not solid black, but it was solid black, and the fish was all shiny. The fish was printed with shiny ink. Take this down now. Sorry. And they did this for, I think, another set of his books too. There's a couple. It was a very nice, it was mm, very well put together. But man, I could not live with those books on my shelf. Could not live with those books on my shelf. I hope they found a happy home. I hope they found a very happy home. I hope they're still taken out. I donate them to a library. And not like when you donate to your average library, they oftentimes don't put them in the library itself because they get too many donations and there's only so much room in a library for books. So oftentimes at libraries, they'll have a sale and good books that have been donated. When I say good, things that they think will work, will sell, even if it's only for a quarter, or a dime, or 5 cents, or what have you. They'll put out in sales, but oftentimes otherwise it's simply a glorified recycling bin for books. I don't blame them for this. There really isn't a whole lot you can do. But I donated my copies to a college anime library. So I think it may have actually, like, it's a much smaller thing and it's much rare. And it was a new book at the time because I read it like once and then could not keep it. So I hope that it still lives on, or if it doesn't live on, that like it's worn enough that like it's done its job. It's done its job in spreading the horror of depths, lower depths to others, other young folk. Hmm. Let's see, let's see, let's see. I think I really like this concept. Like it's a really horrifying. Forget your name. Okay. Forgetting your shape in the darkness. Forgetting your shape in the darkness. And then being granted a new one by the very forces that you've been worshiping all this time and did not help you until now. And with this sort of thing, they really can be whatever you want them to be. Also, they have a they have the tag amorphous. I missed that. I said it, but I didn't like fully rock it until now. Okay. Let's see. Oh, so the lower depths is kind of a mishmash. We've seen a lot of things that are like unknowable nearly, and then we have the apocalypse dragon, right? Because if it's Tarask alike, a Tarask alike, it makes sense that it's a lower depths creature. The Chaos Spawn has been like unknowable, and the Chul is another unknowable creature, isn't it? So the Chul is next. It is group, large, cautious. It has claws for d8 plus 1 damage, 3 piercing, 10 hit points, and 4 armor. Quite a bit. It has tags of close, reach, and messy, and special qualities, amphibious. Just thinking, I've already read the very first line in this, and it's kind of I guess I know I'm not having for lunch or dinner today. A chul. Your worst seafood nightmare come to life. A vicious sort of half-man, half-crawdad, cursed with primal intelligence and blessed with a pair of razor-sharp claws. Strange things lurk in the stinking pools and caverns best forgotten, and the chul is one of them. If you spot one, your best hope is a heavy mace to crack its shell, and maybe a little garlic butter. Instinct to split. Other moves include split something in two with mighty claws, retreat into water. So just kind of a that is one way of providing options to the team that doesn't have enough rations to continue their journey. Give them Chul. It's okay to eat Chul, right? They're not intelligent. They don't have an intelligent tag. Granted, the party doesn't know that, but half man, half crawdad. Would the players eat that? Would the players eat that? Would you eat a Chul? Half man, yes, but half, half, half crawdad. Maybe I will have seafood tonight. Maybe I will have seafood tonight. Garlic butter. I actually just thinking like it was very tempting to read not as mighty claws, but as meaty claws. Big, big meaty claws. Big meaty claws. Mermaid style half. Considering like it describes claws, like having mighty razor sharp claws. Oh, it does have intelligence, primal intelligence though. So this is another strange one where they don't exactly define like what level is intelligence, because there are some creatures that have the intelligent tag that probably have a similar level of intelligence as this, but this one does not. But yeah, considering the description of having those claws, I would imagine it's less mermaid style and more like humanoid looking. So let me take a quick look. What does a Chul look like? Because Chul is not. Aha. Okay. Yeah. So Chul is a more generic creature. So I actually feel like I have fought Chul in a campaign once. I have. It is depending on how you work it, but if you want your players to feel a bit more okay with eating it, if they're less like, I don't want to say cannibalistic. um if they're more conscientious, this is a Chul. This is an interpretation of a Chul. So depending, you could make it easy for them to think it's okay to eat, especially if they don't necessarily speak. They have primal intelligence. They don't speak a language. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. It's not humanoid enough. But again, this is just like one interpretation of a Chul. You could get it a bit more or less humanoid looking. So let's see. Here's another Chul. This is a Forgotten Realms Chul. This is a Forgotten Realms Chul that I'll be putting in the same slot. This boy. Like I guess he's less humanoid looking because he's more like those multiple sets of legs. Multiple sets of legs. But I guess that's part of parcel of like being crawdaddy because they have multiple sets of legs, right? Yeah, the ranger senses are tingling. Hmm. I need to find sea salt to go with this. I need to find sea salt to go with this. Seafood. Cultures that eat this. Yeah, or maybe, they just happen to DM description, they happen to crack open a leg or something and oh, it smells kind of familiar. Or like look at that juicy tender meat. Just gotta give enough hints. Just gotta give enough hints. Like the texture seems rather familiar. Like there's always the case that it could be like a poisonous creature, but at the same time, it might also be a case of like, is it any worse than like what? Mm, seafaring backgrounds? maybe less so. Maybe it's more like, okay, a dwarf might know this because of the nature of dwarves being underground. They might have heard rumors of this, like delicacy. Might be a delicacy, as long as it's treated correctly. Because if you have, imagine, like, so in the past, it wasn't a delicacy. It was like not great to eat these bugs of the sea because they were mashed up with the bones and not bones, uh, the shell and stuff. But with a creature this big, the bones are easy bones. I say bones. The shell is easily avoidable. There's huge chunks. Look at those. Look at this big meaty claw. Look at this. This is huge. So it's just a case of like it would be way easier to deal with. Uh, so doing like a whole boil might be a bit rough. There's also the case that you need it to be fresh too, actually, because if it's not fresh, it's not worthwhile. But yeah, like, oh, you know what? I wonder if it'd actually be like a hot spring, underground spring chul boil is a specialty. It's a rare delicacy. They have to capture it live, probably. Oh god, this is kind of going into weird territory, isn't it? Capture it live and then boil it in the hot spring. That's a festival treat. That's a festival treat. Ah, yeah. Is this a war crime? It doesn't have an intelligence tag, so no, it's not. Otherwise, like, okay, so you could do it as a boil. How else do people usually cook them? I guess like fried up. You could just crack the meat out and fry it up. More people have done read Dungeon Meshi. That's fair. I haven't read a whole lot of Dungeon Meshi myself, to be honest. I was actually, when I was looking at my books and trying to find things, it was kind of an, oh, what is Dungeon Meshi doing in here? What is Dungeon Meshi doing in here? Like, wait, did someone make up a TTRPG for it? Did someone make up a rule book to play in the Dungeon Meshi world? And the answer is no. Not so lucky. I should catch up on it. I think I only read the first volume. I only read the first volume. I was really hoping to get some. I have on my wish list for my family Google Play cards so I can buy books, digital books. And so I think I bought the first copy of I bought Dungeon Meshi myself. And I've been hoping for them to give me Google Play cards, also so they don't know what I'm buying. They don't need to know. And the same with, I think it's DM's Guild, or like, not necessarily DM's Guild. Is it DM's Guild? Uh, there's the more generic one that's not Dungeon Master themed, or like it's not D&D themed. Uh, what is it? What is it? What is it? It's not Miniature Market. Best Buy. What is it? I can't remember the name of it. I've forgotten. But it was a case of if you just buy me a certificate, you don't have to know what games I'm buying. You don't have to know that I'm buying like the fishing RPG. I don't want them to know. I mean, the same time, it's kind of a my guest space in my home is also where my library is. So like I guess they're gonna eventually find it out, sort of. But at the same time, digital copies, they won't see that exact thing on there. Dungeon Meshi is practically wizardry. Yeah, I was thinking like it would probably wouldn't Dungeon Meshi would probably fit in very well. You can make a dungeon world you can make a dungeon world Dungeon Meshi game. And it's not a new concept, even Dungeon Meshi, right? Like going for eating monsters. Isn't that basically the storyline for Tortico as well? Thank you, Alan M24, for the follow. Yeah, no, I put gift cards on my like personal Christmas, my personal holiday wish lists, so I could buy buy these things, and they didn't. Haven't. But I got some other cool things for the holidays too. I got a rose lamp. Oh, actually, which is kind of a big block of Himalayan salt. being toted in the ranger's backpack. Anyone with who wants to be a chef? Yeah. I don't know if that's mm, a super popular. It wasn't a super popular trope a few years ago in the games that I've played in. There have been a few, but much more like generic, and that wasn't like the main drive. Although I did play in a game where I was playing a chef, but it wasn't a dungeon meshy. It wasn't a fantasy. I say that. It wasn't a hero- I can't even say it's not a heroic fantasy. It was a urban fantasy game. So, uh that sort of thing did not come up. It's hard to find fantasy creatures to eat in modern day New York City if you're not playing like oh custom kind of background, not background, custom world, the custom worlds. At least I don't think so. She wasn't about to eat like a troll that people spoke to. I should say troll. I think it was a giant actually. I just think he spoke like Swedish or something that we did not understand, and we just interpreted it as like, oh, he's speaking some strange fantasy language. And like, no, no, he's just Scandinavian. We don't understand that. No one here speaks that language. Thank you, Dragon Tamer, for the follow. Fantasy pigeons. It's not even like it wasn't. It was modern day. It was a Scion game, so it was modern day New York City. Actually, like we all had cell phones, uh, but the difference was that we were children, half children of gods. In most cases, I think. Like one of our fathers or mothers was a god. So much more American God style, where there weren't like unicorns or anything like that. And we were playing origin level. So we were still like normal people. Still normal people, relatively speaking. Like, sure, super strength or whatever, but I'm still working a day job. I'm still working a day job. Uh, and not unicorns running in the streets. In our game, no. No. Although it wouldn't surprise me that that's the game plot that we were playing through was basically humans not trusting subsects of subsections of humans not trusting children of gods, because really if the children of the gods wanted to, they could literally take over the world. They're not on the same level. It was basically kind of X-Men style type thing. uh X-Men type situation that we played through a little bit. And so thinking about that, how to put it, we could all pass as normal humans theoretically, but none of us particularly were children of Zeus. But I would imagine that the groups against mutants, the groups against scions, would probably point to Zeus as like a huge offender. Huge offender. No. I don't necessarily remember what the gods were chosen, because it didn't come up nearly as much as you would expect, because we didn't have a whole lot on our lineage. It's not like the original Scion, where your abilities were directly tied to your parents as heavily, and you had a special ability depending on the group that you hailed from. So it was a lot easier to remember, like, oh yes, this person hailed from the Egyptian group uh, because they use this ability a lot. Or this person came from the Aztec group because they keep trying to do blood sacrifices. Although, to be honest, like, my character's father was somewhat prolific in his pantheon. Or rather, he was known for being fond of women. So it wouldn't surprise me if he were a common parent. It would not. It would not surprise me if the doctor was a common parent. Uh, and perhaps not even realizing it. But yeah, no, it's just been regular pigeons. let's see. Where are we up to? We had Chul. Right, because food. So, oh, and the next one is a set. The next one is a set. Actually, I think my tea has actually run out, so I think I'm going to take like 5 minutes, 10 minutes to make make another batch of tea. This one might be a little bit more involved. I've run out of Earl Grey, so I have to pick a new tea to drink and clean out my cup from that. I will be back in a I'm back. Sorry. Ah, my mouth is burning. The grass. Sorry, I missed you earlier. Mm, I I thought I would have. I have this Pringles set. I thought I would have a chip while I waited for my tea. It still hurts. It's the spicy ones. Everything burns. I've done this before, like midstream snack. Pringle. It won't be that bad, right? Every time. I fall for the trick. I fall for that trick way too often. So I refilled my water and drank it, and then I refilled it again, and it's already half gone, and it still hasn't stopped burning. It still hasn't stopped burning. Actually, yeah, okay. And thank you, Kaos Natako, for the follow. Thank you, Aiko, for the follow. To me, it's that hot. Yeah, I I'm I like some spicy foods. I can do some spicy foods, but I need to be prepared. Sorry. I need to be prepared. I I've grown hot peppers too in the past, and I've had them in salsa and stuff. I don't often have them, but and I've also kind of pepper sprayed myself with those peppers too. Like, or maybe I shouldn't say pepper sprayed, but I've peppered myself with those. Well, they were turned dead scorpions. They were turned dead scorpions. I know a number of people who like really spicy food, so I've tried a number of things, and these are a bit on the old side. They're left over from a family outing, and it was kind of a well, I might as well take them there. They were every time it's kind of like they're not that bad. They're not that bad. They are. They are that bad. Thank you, Liam, for the follow. More water. Give me a second. At this point, it's not even the mouth necessarily. It's mostly on fire. It's like the lips. It was actually a trick that they used in. Well, I say trick. Like you get an irritant to get that big lip look. And by irritant, peppers are an irritant. Cinnamon's an irritant. That was not my point, though. My point was just snack. And snack went wrong. Snack went wrong. You made improvised cooking spray or cooking pepper spray. I've heard of people doing that too. With the hot peppers that I've grown, there's a thing about like you can roast them, but I don't think you need to. I think that they warn against roasting them inside because you literally will like pepper spray yourself out of your kitchen, out of your home if you do that. So you have to be very careful about how you prepare them. You can't just like stick them in the oven and roast them. Chili and hot oil. What kind of peppers were they? What kind of peppers were they? I mean, they were chili. Okay, never mind. Sorry, they're chili peppers. I don't cook a whole lot with hot peppers myself. And I think most of the time that I've had the really hot peppers, they've been not cooked actually, probably to avoid that very same thing. It's been like raw in salsa or pickled, essentially. Or someone else used them and I don't know how and I don't question it. For our list, what do we have next? Extensively reading these. We have. Is this not working? It's not working. That's weird. That's strange. Oh, I unbound it. That's why. So, next up, we actually have a trio. We have a trio. Uh, it feels a little strange that they put this in here when they had the section on hordes, considering they considered something hordes and not this. Hmm. Let me double check the hordes real quick. Because they're the ravenous hordes, and that was the Formian Hive, the Null Packs, the Orc tribes, and the Triton armadas. So they don't consider deep elves to be hordes. They consider Tritons and Orcs and Gnolls and Formians as hordes. Hmm. Okay, so the first one we have for this trio is the Deep Elf Assassin. Oh, one more thing I forgot about. I'm going to swap that out. We are going to actually put something. I'll leave it at this. I'll leave it at this. No fireplace today. It's not that chilly. It warmed up overnight. Over day, actually. So maybe I'll get cold again tonight. So Deep Elf Assassin. Group, intelligent, organized. They have a poison blade for d8 damage, 1 piercing, 6 hit points, and 1 armor. They have a tag of close, so they can only attack close, I suppose. So, Deep Elf Assassin description. Give me a second, hold on. Spices. Spices. It was not so simple a thing as a war over religion or territory. No disagreement of queens led to the great sundering of the elves. It was sadness. It was the very diminishing of the world by the lesser races. The glory of all the elves had built. It was cracking and turning to glass. Some, then, chose to separate themselves from the world. Racked with tears, they turned their backs on men and dwarves. And there were others, though, that were overcome with something new. A feeling no elf had felt before. Spite. Hatred filled these elves and twisted them, and they turned on their weaker cousins. Some still remain after the great exodus below. Some hide amongst us with spider-poisoned blades, meting out that strangest of punishments, elven vengeance. Instinct, despite the surface races. Other moves include poison them, unleash an ancient spell, call reinforcements. So, that's how they describe deep elves. That's Just kind of a yeah. No one's felt spite before this. No one, no elf was overcome with spite before this. Ah, they're painting elves as such nice creatures, I suppose. But again, I suppose nice is not good. It really makes me want to bust out the Terry Pratchett quote again. Although then again, I guess it's also a mix of like nice is not strictly. Let me find the definition of nice. What was definition? Scrupulous, archaic, or the archaic meaning is fastidious or scrupulous. So elves might be that kind of nice, but people might interpret it as another type of nice. And that's the whole point of what is it? The nice and accurate prophecies of Agon's. I can't remember the full name. Nice accurate prophecies. Agon's Nutter. Right. Agon's Nutter. My bad. So she's not nice in a pleasant sense. But then again, these descriptions are not necessarily the truth, as we've learned. And this is not a quotation type section, but at the same time, this could be a clarification of what actually happens. Man, I suppose it also paints elves in a bad light as well. With the whole thing, like they're sad because of dwarves and humans existing. Like, wow, that's that's not a good look, is it, for elves? It's not a good look. Okay, the next one after the deep elf assassin is the deep elf swordmaster. Deep, deep, deep. Okay, group, intelligent, organized. And they have a barbed blade for the best of 2d8 plus 2 damage, 1 piercing, 6 hit points, and 2 armor. And for other attacks, they have close. Their description for the Deep Elf Swordmaster. The Deep Elves lost the sweetness and gentle peace of their bright cousins ages ago, but they did not abandon grace. They move with a swiftness and beauty that would bring a tear to any warrior's eye. In the dark, they've practiced. A cruelty has infested their swordsmanship. A wickedness comes to the fore. Barbed blades and whips replace the shining pennant spears of elven battles on the surface. The swordmasters of the deep elf clans do not merely seek to kill, but to punish with every stroke of their blades. Wickedness and pain are their currency. Instinct to punish unbelievers. Other moves include inflict pain beyond measure and use the dark to advantage. So yeah, they're painting other elves as the sweet ones. Always sweet, always gentle. Was this written by an elf? This may have been written by an elf. An elf who wants to look in front of the other races. But for the damage, their group, so it's not quite as much as hard. Let me double check. I don't know if they have a strict definition of different types of groupings. Let me check the tags real quick. Okay. So, solitary is alone, of course. Group is small numbers, 3 to 6 or so. And horde is a lot more. And they are organized. Group structure that aids in survival. Defeating one may cause the wrath of others. One may sound an alarm. And intelligent. Let's take a look, because this is something that's come up a couple times where it's like, why does this get intelligent tag? And this one doesn't. Intelligent. It's smart enough that some individuals pick up other skills. The GM can adapt the monster by adding tags to reflect specific training, like a mage or warrior. I don't necessarily know if that if that follows through with some of the creatures, because I distinctly remember there were some things that were just sort of like, wait, so that means I'm looking through the list, flipping through the book. A hill giant is intelligent, so a hill giant could pick up more skills like a mage or a warrior. Ogre is the same. Satyr, however, is not intelligent. Satyr is not intelligent. Wow. Okay. Werewolves are, wargs are not. There was another one that was kind of. Dryad are, cockatrice are not, chaos users are not. So white wolves are intelligent. And these were. These are unearthly wolf creatures, shadowy wolves, massive hounds, and they are intelligent. They can pick up mage or warrior abilities, I suppose. I think there was another one or two that were a little strange. Chokers are intelligent. Chokers are intelligent. Gelatinous cubes are not. Goblins are. Goliaths are. Spider lords are. Bakunawa are. Coatl are. Doppelgangers are. Dragon whelps are. Wait a second. Just does the apocalypse dragon, do that have intelligent? Frogmen are. Trolls are not. Ogres and hill giants are. Trolls are not. Apocalypse dragon, apocalypse dragon. Apocalypse dragons are not intelligent. They're not intelligent. That's weird. It's weird. I guess I didn't want to until adventures are too sometimes. I mean, by definition of the monster tags, they are intelligent and they should be organized by the tags because of the group that they're a part of. It's the kind of thing where if you strike one adventurer down, because of the bonds that are in place between them, by bonds I mean like the actual character sheet bonds, there should be interactions. Like it's not just, oh, you killed one of us. Moving on, we don't care. It should be a little deeper than that. Which is sort of the idea behind the organized tag. There are repercussions for killing one of the set. They're unique to each other. Mm. But Yeah, not all the most of the classes don't get anything about out of being particularly intelligent, but they're still able to talk and they're still able to pick up other skills theoretically. They're learning new moves. They learn new moves as they level. That's being able to level is probably a sign of intelligence. We're gonna put the bar that low. We'll put the bar that low. That's like what? An inch off the ground. You just have to jump over it. You don't have to limbo under it. I wonder what the lowest amount that someone's able to limbo. Human, I mean. Just thinking. What is the lowest limbo bar that's ever been? What is the lowest? 6 inch. 6 inch bar. And that was set in 91. Uh, it looks like otherwise it might be like 8.5 or 7, but it might also depend on the because like the 7 inch one was done by a young girl, so it's kind of a case of does that count? I wonder because she's not your size plays a part in it too, I would imagine. But yeah, the other one might be if the 1991 record holds, it's 6 inches, less than a foot. Some weird maneuver. Rollerblades? Just imagining, like, what do you do to your ankles to do that? Because the rollerblades are already putting you a couple inches above the ground. Yeah, I almost don't. I want to watch, but at the same time, I don't want to watch to see. Sorry, my voice just did like something really weird. It sounded like it popped. Give me a second. That teaches me to have spicy food on break. I'm not going to learn from that lesson at all. I'm not going to learn from that lesson at all. Oh, that's how they do it. I'm going to grab a photo. That makes a lot more sense. God, that looks. Oh, wow. Okay. It sort of also feels like rollerblades are cheating. This is what I was looking at. This is one of the photos of like really low limbo bars. And I suppose for actual people too. Like I guess the definition would be uh the only thing that can touch the ground is your feet, I guess. Because there are people doing like really low moves. And here's another image. This one is without rollerblades. She's just actually, if you've ever seen Futurama, where there's the limbo contest, just the outfit very much reminds me of that. The outfit very much reminds me of that. It's not a bad thing. I can totally understand why this sort of thing would be very useful to have as a limbo person, like this kind of outfit. You don't want anything to restrict your movement. You don't. You don't want anything sticking out. Mm. Yeah. So I guess this is less than a foot. Definitely less than a foot. Your ankles, your knees, your legs. Inhuman. Not in a bad way. Above human, I should say, maybe? Above human. Superhuman, perhaps. That's probably a good way of putting it. Superhuman. Okay. After that, after that. Man, does my ankle even move like that? I guess it does. It just would not be. The cartilage there must be like really messed up. We have one more deep elf to go, and that is the deep elf priest. They are solitary, divine, intelligent, organized. They have a smite for d10 plus 2 damage, 14 hit points, and 0 armor. For attack tags, they have close and reach. And for special qualities, they have divine connection. Deep elf priest description. The spirits of the trees and the lady sunlight are far, far from home in the depths where the deep elves dwell. New gods are found there, awaiting for their children to come home. Gods of the spiders, the fungal forests, and things that whisper in the forbidden caves. The deep elves, ever attuned to the world around them, listened with hateful intent to their new gods and found a new source of power. Hate calls to hate, and grim alliances were made. Even among these spiteful ranks, piety finds a way to express itself. Instinct to pass on divine vengeance. Moves include weave spells of hatred and malice, rally the deep elves, pass on divine knowledge. Again, they don't really describe necessarily special qualities very well. But at least they're spellcasters, so I suppose you could give them anything that a proper, like a cleric would have. But after the deep elves. So the deep elves in general is kind of a case of they could have gone here, they could have gone in the horde. The Tritons were in the horde as well. And they're also, I guess you could have gone either way. They could have been lower depths, or they could have been this. I wonder why they went with this decision. This organization. So we already covered Dragon Whelp, and we covered the Apocalypse Dragon. Now we finally get to cover the actual dragon. The actual dragon. Dragon. Solitary. Huge. Terrifying. Cautious. Hoarder. Wait a second. Hold on. I'm going... Well, I'll wait. Actually, I'll wait. I'll read it out first. It has a bite for the best of 2d12, and then plus 5 damage for piercing. 16 hit points, 5 armor. It has tags of reach and messy. Special qualities, elemental blood, wings. A description of a dragon. They are the greatest and most terrible things this world will ever have to offer. Instinct to rule. Moves include bend an element to its will, demand tribute, act with disdain. We already saw this in a different sheet. But more so, kind of a wait a second, not intelligent? Not intelligent? Dragon? What about the dragon whelp? Wasn't that intelligent? Let me double check. Do they lose their intelligence over time? Let me take a look. Is it a cavern dweller? Or a dragon whelp? No. Not dark woods, is it? No. Okay. So, also there's the Bakunawa, which is Dragon Turtle's sister. And she's a snake. And she's intelligent. And then you have Dragon Turtle. A dragon turtle is not intelligent. Dragon turtle is not intelligent. Dragon whelp is intelligent, though. Dragon whelp is intelligent. So I suppose if we consider it as such a dragon whelp is not a baby dragon, it's a completely separate creature type. Creature. In that case, like, sure, okay. Otherwise, do dragons just lose their intelligence as they grow older? I could sort of understand it if you go in the way of like they're losing their mind to their horde. That is a neat tack for it. Mhm. But otherwise, it's a bit strange to lose that tag. But yeah, it, and same with the Apocalypse Dragon. The greatest, most terrible things this world will ever have to offer. It's kind of a great, but we already saw the Apocalypse Dragon. That was actually a lot scarier. This would have had more impact if you had shown it to me earlier. I think there was also another creature or two that was just as scary, honestly. Just as scary. Like, don't get me wrong, they're up there. It's just, they're not the end all be all. And of course, you know what the worst monster of all is, right? When you think about it that way, the greatest, most terrible things this world will ever have to offer, one of these things drove the elves to split in twain. It wasn't a dragon, as far as this book is concerned. Okay, next up we have a gray render. That is solitary and large. It has rending claws for d10 plus 3 damage, 3 piercing, 16 hit points, and 1 armor. Attack tags of close, reach, and forceful. And description for the gray render. Okay, just like with a name like render, it's kind of a case of what is a render? I'm thinking as in the process render. In, I guess there are multiple ways that rendering is a process. I'm thinking, I guess, more cooking where you render fat. So I'm imagining something a bit like the gelatinous cube, but then kind of remember if especially with the name gray render, I'm thinking like a gray gelatinous cube type thing because they had a black pudding too separately. But when you think of rending itself, it's, I guess, the difference between rendering and rending. Is there a difference? Is there actually a difference between those two concepts? Uh, and then you have like the entire third concept of rendering, which might actually be part of like the cooking rendering fat type concept of rendering as in refining and building up a model, that type thing. You're rendering a 3D scene. You're rendering footage. That might actually be a part, like it might be using the same definition as that rendering, the kitchen rendering. Rending. But then there's just the sharp claws type of rending too, like devastating. So I guess it's the definition of like what does it mean to render? Oh, there's like a bunch of ways for rendering. Render. So as a verb, render to provide or give, like service, help, etc. To is cause to be or to become. Or cause to be or become, make. And then as a noun, it's the first coat of plaster applied to a brick or surface. Oh, there's a bunch of other renders too. Computing render, to melt down. So that's actually render. So yeah, it's difference between to rend and to render. So I was reading gray render as I wasn't reading it as an object or a creature that rends. I was reading it as like the final process. That's yeah, yeah, rend and render are different. Tend and tender. Kin and kinder. Oh wait, no, is it Kender? It's Kender. I'm sorry. Ken and Kender. So yeah, reading it a little bit funny there. My bad. So a gray render. Description. On its own, the render is a force of utter destruction. Huge and leathery, with a maw of unbreakable teeth and claws to match, the render seems to enjoy little more than tearing things apart. Stone, flesh, or steel, it matters little. However, the gray render is so rarely found alone. They bond with other creatures, some at birth, others as fully grown creatures, and a gray render will follow their bonded master wherever they go, bringing them offerings of meat and protecting them while they sleep. Finding an unbonded render means certain riches, if you survive to sell it. Instinct to serve. Moves include tear something apart. So solitary in terms of itself. Thank you for the font. Thank you for the raid. I keep forgetting that I have that turned on to do it hit me. That's thank you. What were you up to? You also to actually make this right. You were reading too? Were you reading? And thank you, City and XM, for the follow. Or are you not reading? Were you just talking? I'm doing a bit of a mix here. I'm for those who don't know me, I am the Evening Primrose. I am a garden elf. And I come out at night to play. Today is more reading than playing. You can consider it like we're up for a game, sort of. We are reading Dungeon World, which is a tabletop RPG. And this is actually free to read online. For real, legit. And because of that, it's also free to play. Like you can get the rules. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I have mostly recovered from. I had a hot chip during my break, literally a hot Pringle, and it made me cry. I thought I would get it during my tea break. I keep falling for that trick. I keep falling for that trick. But we are mostly back to normal. It doesn't burn anymore. Not reading? Okay. Understandable. Without that one specific chip. I don't think I would be I literally think I would die if I tried. Okay, maybe not literally, but I would wish I had died if I had tried that one chip challenge. I seeing that this is something that's just sold in stores, that or at least they were sold in stores, these Pringles, and it already makes me want to suffer. I'll drink Pilk, but I won't eat that. What do you mean, oh no? Oh no to the chip? Like spicy things or oh no to Pilk? Because we Pilk isn't that bad. Pilk is a like a float. Pilk is a float. Actually, wait. This upcoming Friday, I have a special event planned. I bought 10 pints of ice cream. I bought 10 pints of ice cream. They are wine ice creams. It's difficult to make wine ice cream because of the alcohol, like the alcohol content. So there's only one group I know of that produces it in the US. So I ordered one of each of their flavors. I'm going to be doing a taste testing of those flavors on Friday's stream. So I'm looking forward to it. But just thinking like, wait, I can make a float. I can make a float with that. but I don't know if it would be good because of the wine, you know? Unless I plan it out beforehand. Unless I plan it out beforehand, because there are some flavors of the ice cream that might be conducive to it, but some others may not be. Also, thank you for the follow, Sidian. I think I said it. I'm not certain. I was distracted. I was distracted by the ice cream. Mm, my bad. Root beer. Mm. Isn't that literally Pilk though, essentially? Except not Pepsi, it's just root beer. So, again, I've never had Pilk, so I can't say for certain. I don't have root beer. I have ginger beer, but that would not be the same. Mm. You have to find a streamer who does weird food challenges like that, or try it yourself. Or try it yourself. Real quick, I want to look up and think like, okay, I thought I was prepared. Well, I'm not fully prepared for Friday, but more of a, if I do that sort of thing, if I do try and make a milkshake out of it, what ice cream would be best out of these flavors? So, how do you make a milkshake? I literally never made a milkshake. Or at least not like a milkshake for like flavor purposes. I guess I've made like smoothies, maybe? Ain't that much different? Or maybe, no, I shouldn't say milkshake. Floats. It's a float, isn't it? All these things are very American. Mm. All these things are very American. Mm. Maybe the spiced one would be good as a float. There's a red mulled wine uh, with cinnamon, nutmeg, and clove. That's a spice ice cream. I wonder if that would be good as part of a float. Because some of the other ones, I'm not certain. And like, okay, what about a port float? Port float. Actually, wait, hold on. What if I'm not buying 10 bottles of wine to go with this, but more of like, could you make a float with this ice cream and then does it need to have carbonation for a float to work? How do floats work? Could I theoretically carbonate the wine and put it with the ice cream? Like, would that be bad? Would that be bad? I know it wouldn't be good for my carbonator. You know what would be bad for my carbonator? Probably. But just, hmm. Sparkling. There is a lemon sparkling ice cream, so I could theoretically try it with a champagne, or rather, a sparkling wine because I don't necessarily know if I want to buy champagne. I might buy a prosecco. So yeah, if I get a prosecco, I can make a lemon sparkling float. It's, give me a second. I want to write that down. Um, that's something for me to try. But I have to learn how to make a float first. I have to learn how to make a float first. I don't know if the rest would work. Syllabub? I don't know what syllabub is. What is syllabub? Ah. Syllabub is a sweet dish made by curdling sweet cream or milk with an acid such as wine or cider. It was a popular British confection from the 16th to the 19th centuries. This photo doesn't make it look very good, but honestly, mostly British food doesn't. Thank you, the cartoon legend, for the follow. I'm going to pop up a photo of this. Whoa, that's a huge photo. Let's make that small. This is the photo on Wikipedia, and it does not make it look particularly appetizing. Hello. I will do this stretch. Give me a second. I'm also going to turn off something for that, because otherwise, different. Oh, I cracked. Oh, I cracked. That was a nice one. This is syllabub. The thing that Starfire said. It's syllabub. Um, okay, if I did that angle. Sorry, I'm trying to get an equal stretch. That's not it. I do this. Okay, that's a bit more even. So, I suppose you could think of this as like kind of ice cream, but not? Is that what it is? So, this is a dessert with a sweet white wine. And thank you for the follow, MayDT. Turn the audio thing back on. Like, if I have the filter off, it sounds kind of awful. So I need to have it on. But if I have it on, you can't hear other things. So this is, yeah, this is a dessert. There's also a similar one from Scotland called Cranachan. I can't. I don't know if I can do this with a low voice like this. Something kind of like that, I guess. I'm not very good at the noise, but it looks more appetizing, honestly. It actually kind of looks like a parfait. I'm gonna pop that up. So, yeah, like this thing is the Scottish version, and it looks like a parfait. It looks pretty nice, honestly. So, it's a cream and fresh seasonal raspberries with oats and whiskey. The king of Scottish desserts. Oh man, I want to make this now. It's whipped cream, whiskey, honey, raspberries, oatmeal. I want it. I want it. No, now I'm regretting looking at this. It's like a parfait. Thank you for the follow, Toka the subby boy. Mm, I know my family. What do you mean it sounds disgusting? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? My mother will often make like homemade whipped cream. Uh, Homemade whipped cream. And have it with fruits as a dessert. Probably heavier on the fruits than this, honestly. Like that was a dessert. Um, like to just it's kind of a, what do you mean this doesn't look appetizing to you? Really look at it. How much worse does this look than like a Japanese parfait, really? And fruit, yeah, look, it's breakfast. It's breakfast. Don't forget the shot of whiskey. Don't forget the whiskey. It looks way more appetizing than the British one, though. But then again, this also looks like it's at a. Initially, I thought a restaurant, but at the same time, with this entire photo, this might be. Wait, is it a restaurant? Like looking at the back? It might be. It might be. Yeah, comparing this to the other one. Maybe I will try and make some. Or maybe I could do that with some leftovers, actually. Depending on how long things take for the other 10. I have to go through 10 flavors after all. So it's curdled cream for the syllabub. Oh, well, actually, in that case, it's already ice cream. It doesn't quite work. It doesn't quite work. One more thing, actually. Oh, they have recipes on the website. Give me 1 second. There are recipes on the site that I ordered the ice cream from. So it's just kind of a wait a second. Ah, hmm. Oh, these are drinks. These are all drinks. They're not the dessert drinks, I suppose, because it's like you need a 2 ounce scoop of this, a shot of this, a shot of that, some sour mix, add ice. Uh, this one, you need a specific, or they call for razzmatazz, which I'm pretty certain is it's a brand of liqueur, versus like needing some cherry vodka or coconut rum, some pineapple juice. A whipped cream vodka. How many groups do that? How many groups still make whipped cream vodka? So yeah, these are all drinks. They're drink recipes, yes, but I was hoping, I guess, for something different. But at the same time, real quick look, real quick breeze through. None of these make a none of these make a float. None of these make a float. Maybe I'll make my own pilk. Yeah, I'll make my own pilk. I honestly don't know which out of these would be a good pilk type thing. It's also going to get kind of weird because uh, I can either move my setup down outside of the garden into the kitchen, which would be a pain, or I can simply bring a cooler into the garden and keep the ice cream in there, which I think is what I'm going to do. I'm just going to have a cooler. But this is neither here. I mean, this is here. This is here. This is a plan. It's just more so. This, this isn't lower depths. This isn't lower depths. Uh, when people make the pill, what do they make it with? It's Pepsi and just milk? That's it? So, in the case of that, we'd want something that is the most like milk adjacent, I guess, like plain, which kind of goes against this entire theme. So, I guess it's more of a case of what goes with Pepsi. What goes with Pepsi? It might be the spice ice cream. Actually, isn't that a thing? Yeah, actually, it's a Spanish thing, isn't it? There's a drink. I don't remember what it's called, but it's you mix like Coke and red wine. There's a drink for that. Yeah, yeah. Calimoxto? Calimocho. Calimocho. That's what it's called. I can make I can make a root beer float Calimocho thing. That might be a plan. It's known as a bunch of things as well. Katemba in South Africa, Katembe in Mozambique, Bombus in Croatia, Jote in Chile, or is it Jote? Jote, it might be Jote. And Jesus juice in Argentina. But yeah, maybe I'll try that. I don't know what cherries is. Is it a brand of drink? Or is it just like a cherry soda type thing? A generic name. Yeah, we might do that. We might do that. Okay. So after the gray render, we have Magman. Understandable that a Magman would be lower depths. This is something I expected. Magman is hoard, intelligent, organized, hoarder. It's a cherry soda. Okay. I think some of the only cherry sodas I've had have been standard Coke. See if they've had cherry versions. And maybe like one or two specialty things. Maybe one or two specialty things. But in a very long time ago. Although, wait, no, there is a brand that does a lot of flavored sodas. I've not heard of that particular brand. It would help if I could spell. It would help if I could spell. Okay. Oh, thank you for the follow, Angel Thiang. Angel Thiag? Angel Thiag. So, Magmen. They are intelligent and organized. That's a bit more unusual, I think, than most people play. Their attack is a flaming hammer for d6 plus 2 damage. They have 7 hit points and 4 armor. They have ranges of close and reach. Special qualities is fiery blood. Magman description. Dwarf-shaped and industrious, the Magmen are among the deepest dwellers of Dungeon World. Found in cities of brass and obsidian, built nearest the molten core of the planet, the Magmen live a life devoted to craft, especially that of fire and magical items related to it. Surly and strange, they do not often deign to speak to petitioners who appear at their gates, even those who have somehow found a way to survive the hellish heat. Even so, they respect little more than a finely made item, and to learn to forge from a Magman craftsman means unlocking secrets unknown to surface blacksmiths. Like so much else, visiting the Magman is a game of risk and reward. Instinct to craft. Moves include offer a trade or deal, strike with fire or magic, provide just the right item at a price. Just the walking around but not actually using the proper name, sorry. Found in cities of brass and obsidian, built nearest the molten core of the planet. Like, yeah, so you mean that place, but you're not going to say it, and you also change the location. But then again, this is not the same world. They can do as they please. And also, I guess this means the Earth is hollow. Hollow Earth Society. Actually, that would be a legit thing in Dungeon World. Like, your cultists could be the Hollow Earth cultists. Although, then again, you'd also be bringing in the question of how big is Dungeon World, the world of Dungeon Worlds. And I know that there are DMs who go into that level of detail as to like, this is how big it is because this is how long a day is, this is how many moons it has, and how often the moons intersect, and all that stuff. That's a lot of effort. That's a lot of effort. And then how would change if if Dungeon World Earth is hollow? How would that change things? And also the Tarrasque is in there. Or rather, I'm sorry, the Apocalypse Dragon. The Apocalypse Dragon resides in there. You could always pull isn't it a very common trope that, humanity or whoever has dug too deep and they've awoken something deep below? I mean, actually, isn't that literally Godzilla? Actually, wait, no. Godzilla was nuclear waste, wasn't it? Or something in the ocean? It may have been a combination of both. I think the nuclear waste was the original bit. Or rather, nuclear radiation. Doctor Who episode. Yeah, Satan in space. But I could certainly imagine that being something in here too, in Dungeon World. Especially if you do an Underdark campaign. I say Underdark, Lower Depths campaign. My bad. A Lower Depths campaign. And a big plot twist eventually could be like miners going too deep. Yeah, Doctor Who often did series, right? Or rather, like mini arcs. Mini arcs. How to put it? Unless you're talking about like there's more than one concept or more than one time they've done that concept, because it would not surprise me. Serials. It's a funny word to use because when I hear it, I don't necessarily think of, the way it's spelled there. I'm thinking of the breakfast cereal. I don't even really eat cereal very often. When I think of that. When was the last time I had cereal? I had breakfast for breakfast for I think it was last week, but I don't know the last time I had cereal. Legit cannot remember. Unless you count oatmeal, in which case it was a couple months ago. It was a couple months ago. Yeah, Underdark. I mean, not Underdark. It's the lower depths. The lower depths. So Magman This magmen are sometimes considered more elemental, right? And these seem a bit more like deep, deep. These are more like deep dwarves, it feels like. These are deep dwarves. Oatmeal. I feel like part of it might be because people think of oat or cereals as being cold because of the milk. But, well, one, you can have cold oatmeal. It might also be a case of, how to put it? I guess a lot of people do have their oatmeal in milk, right? Yeah, there's no reason that oatmeal isn't a cereal. I just don't think oatmeal is super popular in America necessarily, unless you're part of a certain subgroup where it's uh, very health conscious, or actually, yeah, very health conscious, or you like parfaits, like American style parfaits, where it tends to be what, like fruit, yogurt, and oatmeal, granola, something like that. They do have oats in like that kind of granola, right? You eat normal. What is normal oatmeal? What is normal oatmeal? Pray tell. I grew up with one style of oatmeal, and that's my normal oatmeal. Like when I think of having oatmeal, it's not particularly glamorous. But Americans grew up sometimes with like this crazy sugary oatmeal that has like dinosaur eggs made of sugar in them. It's bonkers. I ended up having some of those years and years later. It was just sort of mm, something to try out. Something to try out. It's just kind of this is too throttling. This is too throttling. I grew up with oatmeal that was just hot water, like boiling water with oats. That's it. Mm, with just oats. That's it. Salt, a little bit of salt if you're feeling spicy. That's a gimmick oatmeal. I want to. Well, I mean, yeah, the dinosaur eggs are, but like the sugariness of a lot of other ones, like putting brown sugar in your oatmeal and cinnamon, still rather sweet. But that's on top of adding milk. That's on top of adding milk. I guess I had more like gruel. A very loose paste, boiled. Honey, vanilla extract, brown sugar, cream. Okay, that's a lot more work. It's a lot more work. And I've had oats and Greek yogurt. I'm trying to remember if that's how you tend to make, what's the phrase, the overnight oats or whatever. I made overnight oats like twice more recently, and the differences between what's suggested and what I ended up putting into it, they're like, oh, you can add all sorts of toppings. It's kind of like what is literally the least amount of stuff I have to put in here. I'm not putting in sugar. I'm gonna put in a little bit of salt and like the liquid in the oats. I don't need honey. I don't need fruit, dried fruit. I don't need nuts. Spicy oatmeal. Yeah. I'm balking at like fancy oatmeals, but like, hey, let's make Kalimoto float. Kalimocho float. Is it Kalimocho? Kali, uh, yeah, it's Kalimocho. How do you make overnight oats? Mm. So it's milk and oats, and you need rolled oats, I guess, so it doesn't get like weird. Mm. So yeah, I suppose the only thing you really need is some sort of milk, whether it's actual dairy or another thing like almond or coconut milk is one thing, and oats, and that's all you need. Mix it up. That is my general preference. I was just thinking, would it be weird to make like that kind of oatmeal? But there's no point, I guess, in using the ice cream, is it? Because the ice cream is just going to melt and it's just going to be a liquid mix of like the milk cream and the wine. So at that point, it's kind of a case of actually, you know what, it might still be worthwhile simply because uh, the binding might be different than if you were to put them in separately because of it having issues binding in the first place. We'll see how much I have left over. It is like 10 pints. It's over a gallon. I think it's like a gallon and a quarter or a gallon and a gallon and a half of ice cream. I still have, I think I bought a container, like one of the bigger containers of ice cream. Not like a huge container. Well, how do they sell ice cream? Is it ice cream sizes? What is it called? Yeah. I think I have like a 1.5 quart. I don't know how that translates to other things. Um, and that's still I bought that because I wanted to make affogato. I wanted to make cafe affogato, and I still have that in the freezer. It's probably not that great anymore, to be honest. So yeah, what is 1.5 quarts to gallons? Because I've been interpreting like the size of the ice cream. Like when I say it's a gallon and a bit, I think, oh, so it's the size of the French vanilla ice cream I have, just that and a bit. And I kind of didn't realize that that ice cream I have is actually smaller than a gallon. It's um okay, this is not in English. Why is this not in English? 1.5 quarts is not even a half gallon. So it's just kind of a, oh, what have I gotten myself into with this? What have I gotten myself into? Okay, okay. It is 0.375 US gallons. Okay. So if I have two of these, so wait, no. If I have two of these, it's 3/4 of a gallon. Uh, American units are really messed up. American units are really. Why do they sell ice cream in 1.5 quart containers? Why? This is bad. Okay. Thank you, Chef Hathaway, for the follow. It it just dawned on me how much ice cream I actually have. Like I took it all apart, but like thinking about it again. Okay. So after Magman, we have Minotaurs. This was the one. This was the race, the monster that made me think, what is it doing in the lower depths? Really, what is it doing here? It doesn't really make much sense. Unless they're tying it into the maze thing. It's 3 pints. So 3 pints to a 1.5 quart, right? You said? So I have three of those and an extra. Wait a second. Oh no? 10 pints, 2 gallons. Okay, so I have 1.25 gallons of ice cream. I don't want to do any more math. I don't want to do any more math. Yeah, it's a little bit. It's a little bit. It's a little bit. I'm gonna have to figure out ways to use it afterwards aside from just straight up eating. Or just kind of like spread it out over the course of a long time. And thank you for the follow, Ultima Full Metal. I mean, I am thinking of making that one thing, that other thing. I could try and for some of it, maybe like have it in the same space as the cafe affogato. But again, I haven't been drinking a whole lot of coffee or espresso, so it's even worse. And with trying to sing and like singing practice, trying not to have so much dairy, ice cream is like the antithesis of that. Ice cream is the antithesis of that. Mm. So the Minotaur. The Minotaur is solitary and large. It has an axe for d10 plus 1 damage, 16 hit points, 1 armor, range of close and reach. Special qualities: unerring sense of direction. When it comes to other things, or rather description for the Minotaur, maybe this will explain why they are in the lower depths and not perhaps under. Like, why aren't they under Twisted Experiments? Really? Out of all the things in here. Mm. Oh, this is all a quote. This description is all a quote. Head of a man, body of a bull. No, wait, I've got that backwards. It's the bull's head in the man's body. Ooh, sometimes? Is that right? I remember the old king said something about a maze. Last. You know, I can't think under this kind of pressure. What was that? Oh gods, I think it's coming. Instinct to contain. Moves include confuse them, make them lost. So they don't actually tell you about like why. It's just, yep, there's gonna be a maze with a Minotaur in it. This really should go under Twisted Experiments. Just more so, like, the division of the monsters in here is a bit strange. Okay, next one is a Naga. They are solitary, intelligent, organized, order, magical. They have a bite for D10 damage, 12 hit points, and 2 armor. And for their attack tags, they have close and reach. Naga description. Ambitious and territorial above nearly all else, the Naga are very rarely found without a well-formed and insidious cult of followers. You'll see it in many mountain towns. A snake sigil scrawled on a tavern wall, or a local church burned to the ground. People going missing in the mines. Men and women wearing the mark of the serpent. At the core of it all lies a Naga, an old race now fallen into obscurity, still preening with the head of a man over its coiled serpent body. Variations of these creatures exist depending on their bloodline and original purpose, but they are all master manipulators and magical forces to be reckoned with. Instinct to lead. Moves include send a follower to their death, use old magic, offer a deal or bargain. Are Nagas really considered that intelligent? I think I probably get Nagas mixed up with Lamia often. The only Naga that really comes to mind is something from a video that I very nearly showed on Friday. I wonder if I can grab a still from it really quickly. It's very classic, but at the same time, it doesn't quite look like a human head when I think about it. And the question is going to be, can I open this without it getting like super loud? I might just mute this really quick. Actually, I should keep it muted real temporarily. Okay, you can't hear it. Great. Don't want to bust it this. I think this is Naga anyway. I guess it kind of is a Naga. Okay, I'm going to grab something from someplace else real quick. I grab it. Will it count? Does it count? Does it not? Put it in here instead. Did. Okay. We're gonna cut this real quick. It's in here. Thank you. I hate for that. Actually, I'm going to do this really quick. So, paste the reference. Ah, thing on here. So when I think of Nagas, I actually think of this creature. I'm not 100% certain it's a Naga. This is a still from a old anime show. And this is actually a still from the ad, a VHS copy of the ad uh, from Record of Lodoss War, the TV series Chronicles of the Heroic Knight. So I always think of like this. I think there's like a tiny bit of animation. Let me just back. So we have this. Like right after this, I think. Okay, not right after. Come on. I'm showing people. There's like a five. These are their dark elves. Action moves, action moves. Yeah, here's the Naga. And then getting his head blown up. But yeah, like it's not. This looks kind of humanoid, right? Looks like the old Zelda anime. I want to say, you take that back. You take that back. This is for Lodoss War. This is Lodoss War, just like second generation. Second generation Lodoss War. Actually, for my karaoke, uh, I sang a song from this show. I sang the ending theme. I'd like to learn the opening theme as well, but or rather, I sang one of the ending themes. I think that they had to. I never actually got to watch it. A little sad at that. That's oh oh. I want to close this. I don't want it to play anymore. Doesn't the old Zelda anime have like more Western animation look to it versus this, which I think was very anime? Yeah, I suppose it might depend on if you're talking about the like the what is it like whoa princess one. I don't think it looks anything alike. I don't think it looks anything alike. When was that series? That was 1989. Yeah, no. No, 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 no. Yeah, excuse me, princess. Sorry, I never watched that either. I never watched that. Was there another Zelda anime out there? Honestly, wouldn't know. Uh, I very much like the look of like The Legend of Zelda, the elves in that game. I very much like the look of the elves there. I think we have similar ears in a lot of cases, but not from the anime. Not from the anime. Looking back on it, yeah. Did I already close it? I think I did. Yeah, the elves in here are more. Where's another shot of an elf where it's like straight up like here's your elf lady. They have Parn, they have Deedlit real quick. Yeah. I might as well show a shot of Deedlit just because like she is the elf from the series. So this is Deedlit. Classic elf from Lodoss War. Aliens, yes, aliens. I mean, okay, ignoring the fact that this is like 240p or something like that in terms of quality. It's not even 480, I'm pretty certain. Yeah, actually 240, 480. Uh, she looks like she could pass for a Hylian, right? I have not played the D-Lit indie game. I very much want to. I think that, yeah, I was thinking about that. So I'm playing my first Metroidvania on Wednesdays, and it's Bloodstained. I want to play the D-Lit one, something Labyrinth, right? So I might do that afterwards. It depends on how things line up. It depends on how much longer I take on Bloodstained, and some other factors. Yeah, there is an indie game featuring D-Lit. D-Lit, I mean, Lotus War, for those who aren't familiar, is actually based on a book that is, I say book, there's a word for this. I don't think it's a playthrough exactly, but so a group of people played a tabletop RPG and they recorded it. They basically wrote a play by play of it. And those are popular in Japan. It was sold like the book. It was sold as a book. Um, I don't think it was actually D&D necessarily. I think it was a different system. I could be wrong though, because D&D is not that popular in Japan. Like Japan's D&D is actually Call of Cthulhu. People mold Call of Cthulhu in Japan to do whatever they want. Call of Cthulhu, but it's set in set in fantasy world. No, it's yeah, I think it was Sword World as well. Well, okay, so it's D&D basic, and they switched to Sword World because I thought it was Sword World because it was a place where you had a luck. You had luck as a stat. I remember that. I remember seeing character sheets for them. And like Parn wasn't actually that hot in terms of his stats, despite being a main character. But yeah, D-Lit was actually played by I think the table was mostly men, if not all men, because D-Lit was played by a man. Uh Not that there's anything wrong with that, but just like the amount of mm, the amount of teasing I think that person did is kind of crazy. Yeah, D-Lit was a dude, or D-Lit was played by a man. But yeah, so mm, mm. What is the word for it though? It's not playthrough. Mm, yeah, so it was it was a game first, then became a book, and then it became an OVA and a bunch of other things at the same time. Okay, so it's a replay, my bad. They're called replays. So he thank you for the follow, Samuel Ix. Is that how you pronounce it? Or should it be more like Samuel X? They don't actually say on the wiki who played who in the original game. No, but the thing is, Lotus Novels, it was a replay, replay published in a magazine in 86, apparently, 86 to 88. They're transcripts of RPG sessions. Oh, so D-Lit was Hiroshi Yamamoto, who's a sci-fi novelist. What else has he done? For Ryo Mizuno, I mean. He did Crystania, he did Rune Soldier, he did Starship Operators, Record of Grandcrest, and Supervisor for Galaxy Angel. I want to say a well done campaign would make good replays. But at the same time, I guess it's a case of like, so it's a collaborative effort. Like it's published by I suppose this one person, but Without like Deedlit, what would it be? Without some of those characters. Okay, so what else has what else has Hiroshi done? He was he was the one he wrote Laplace is it Laplace? Laplace. Laplace Laplace's demon. And he did a tie that was a tie to the Ghost Hunter video game series. He was the author of Cthulhu Handbook in '88. So he's closely tied to the RPG industry there. Demon Sword of Paracelsus. Okay. This is outside my realm of knowledge. Way outside my knowledge base. I'm not hugely familiar with Japanese TRPG scene, aside from knowing that Call of Cthulhu is like the thing. If you look at some scab artists, for instance, uh, they have some of them are big into tabletop RPGs as well, and a lot of times you'll see that they have essentially a card with information about themselves and the characters that they've played in Call of Cthulhu games, and it's kind of a what, what kind of character did you make in this Call of Cthulhu game? Like, not very Call of Cthulhu like, honestly, but it's a system everyone knows. But at least I mean, when you say it like that, it's kind of a case of when you say Call of Cthulhu inspired anime, what are you thinking of? The very first thing I'm thinking of is Demon Bane, but like it's kind of the characters are named after it, but at the same time, mm, I don't think it's like Call of Cthulhu, or rather, it's more Cthulhu mythos based and not specifically Call of Cthulhu, you know? That might be the question. Because I wouldn't say you're, oh yeah, Hayore Nyaruko-chan. Yeah, that one. Again, it's like Cthulhu Mythos and not specifically Call of Cthulhu, because when you think about it, like, what about that is, aside from, I guess, the names and like alien planets and like shape shifting and stuff, like the very nature of it is not very Cthulhu, is it? And Call of Cthulhu has like a certain atmosphere. It's that feeling of impending doom. Like if I have played Call of Cthulhu once, and honestly, I'm really surprised that all of our characters made it out of the. It was I guess, an arc, a serial, so to speak. I'm really surprised that we survived our first serial, and if we played for much longer, honestly, like every session, I would expect to be that character's last. It's that kind of game. Even worse than, well, not even worse, but like 10 Candles, you know you're not going to, it's a one shot. You're not going to live past it. Call of Cthulhu, it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time. I I did watch I remember watching Nyarko-chan when it was a Ona, I believe is the phrase. I don't know if it's still called that type of thing, but it was a shittily animated Flash video series. When I say shittily animated, I mean like the style was cute, but it was very obviously in Flash, and they did as little animation as they could get away with it, but without being like super bad. Uh, I don't know if that ever got licensed in for like DVDs. I think it did get licensed for release online. Mm. But then there was the actual series that came afterwards, and I saw that. I don't know if there was a second season after that of like proper animation. I actually have the Nearco Figma myself. Um I don't remember. Okay. Da, 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 da. I can't sing it. If I had the lyrics, maybe. The ending song was sweet, though. Uh, because it's what? Be With You, I believe, is the name of it. Check. Da, 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 well, something, something, chew, be with you. So the opening. Oh, I don't remember. I see the lyrics where it's like talking about Sanchi Pinchy san or Sanchi Pinchy, and it's just kind of I don't remember the beat of this. How many openings did it have? Because if it only had like very few, if it only had very few, might be thinking of of it. Oh, I might be thinking of like Remember My Lovecraft Sensei. This wasn't the search I wanted. This was not the search I wanted. To mute it really quickly. Um. Okay, so there's Nyarko Crawling with Love, but then there was also a different series, I'm pretty certain. Or rather, is it. Uh, Man, okay, so there was Hayore, which was the OVA, and then there was, well, rather, there was regular Hayore, which was the OVA, which was the Ona, and then there was the Remember My Lovecraft thing, which is the first TV series, and there was a second TV series and a third TV series, and then another OVA. There's a lot going on there. I haven't watched all of them. I've only watched, I think, the first, the Flash animation and like the first season. Check. Yeah. Yeah, I think I only know the first opening where it's like Unya is the chant. I'm pretty certain, and not this other stuff. Oh, because this is the Ayore. It's Nyaruko-san W. That's why. So yeah, I know. Zuto be with you and Tayo Iwaku Moe Yocha Chaos. So what is it? Shiroku. Sorry, Shiroku. I can't do this at my practice. Oh wow. Sorry, just looking at the lyrics for the Zuto be with you. Shiroku Chichu be with you. Yoku dekitara give me chu. So it ends with like asking for a kiss. But yeah, no, the other song is a lot of unyas. Lots of unyas. There's only one creature left in this list now, actually. And after that, we're going to be doing a tier list for it. Putting it in the tier list, I should say. It's already existing tier list. Do I have it? I do. I'm gonna flash it. It's like this. It's like this. I'm gonna be placing them in there. for this. Salamander is the last monster. It is horde, large, intelligent, organized, and planner. It has a flaming spear for the best of 2d6 damage plus 3, 7 hit points, and 3 armor. Tags include close, reach, near. Special qualities, burrowing. Description of a salamander. This is a quote. The excavation uncovered what the reports called a basalt gate. Black stone carved with molten runes. When they dug it up, the Magi declared it inert, but further evidence indicates that was an incorrect claim. The entire team went missing. When we arrived, the gate was glowing. Its light filled the whole cavern. We could see from the entrance that the area had become full of these creatures, like men with red and orange skin, tall as an ogre but with a snake's tail where their legs ought to be. They were clothed, too. Some had black glass armor. They spoke to each other in a tongue that sounded like grease in a fire. I wanted to leave, but the sergeant wouldn't listen. You've already read what happened next, sir. I know I'm the only one that got back, but what I said is true. The gate is open now. This is just the beginning. Instinct to consume in flame. Moves include summon elemental fire, melt away deception. So, they actually specify that these are extra planner, but they're still in the lower depths. That's really weird. That's really weird. Like, they actually have it. Okay, I probably said it wrong. Is it basalt? I think it might be basalt and not basalt. Like, they came through a gate. So why are they in the lower depths and not in the planner powers if they're just escapees? Just wanted to pad out more space in here. And then there have been a couple other things where they should probably be lower depths, but they're not. Like, I think they, the Darrow, right? And then there was another creature where it was kind of a, let me check. There was definitely another creature that they specified like lives in the depths that escaped the sun, essentially. What was it? So there were Darrows. And what else was it? Was it an ogre? No. No, it wasn't ogre. That's right, because they have the definition here, or the description of the ogre, talking about in days when men were merely dwellers in the mud with no magic to call their own, they split in two. One camp left their caves and the dark forests and built the first city to honor the gods. The others, a wild and savage lot, retreated into darkness. Okay, never mind. It's more of a case of this is more like, I guess, lighter. It's the surfaces of caves and in the depths of the woods and not necessarily in the depths of the earth. For some reason, I interpreted the ogres as more like the Descent type creatures. I have never seen the Descent. I never plan to, so I guess correct me if I'm wrong on that assumption that the Descent creatures are human but just have stayed down in the caves. I feel like Descent's been out long enough that people are okay with being spoiled. I've only read the descriptions of the Descent. Like, I read the wiki. Or I read the general wiki description of it. Enough to know that I could not watch it. Thank you, a slightly broken Plogo stick, for the follow. With the salamander done, it's the end of the lower depths. So really not a huge amount of creatures in here. Probably about the same as Twisted Experiments, maybe like 1 or 2 shorter. 1 or 2 shorter. Going to move over. As the world shifts around me. going to be popping. So over like a tiny bit more. I can move over a tiny, tiny, tiny bit more. Let's see. It's probably a little hard to read now because there's so much in here. But this is my tier list. This is kind of like a coolness, general coolness tier list, like how much fun they would be to play as or play against in a tabletop game. So at the AS is the highest, with Gelatinous Cube, Will-O-Wisp, Lich, Vampire, and Treant at the top. I'm biased, okay? I'm biased. And at the bottom, we have like one thing. I hate maggot squids. They don't deserve to exist. That's why they're an F. That's why they're all alone in F. So it's kind of valuable. And chat has petitioned to get some ranked higher. Chat has definitely petitioned to get some ranked higher. Like the Pegasus went from D to C last time. So we have down here our unranked, which is actually a little shape at once. Bleh. Oh, okay. I'll figure that out later. It won't matter. Ignore the misspelling. I must have had this open or something, and it just kind of stole a letter. It just kind of stole a letter. Let's see. What was it that I really liked the Magman? Naga? There was something I said I really liked the concept of. I don't remember what it was. It was one of the last few, though. Oh, it was Chaos Spawn, actually. It's the opposite. It's one of the early ones. Yeah, I like the idea of Chaos Spawn. We're gonna put them up here somewhere. They're not S tier exactly, but I think like higher up in B or A. I think if they were a bit more intelligent, they would be an A. But they're not that intelligent. Actually, you know what? No, they're going in A. They're going in A. I think because of the potential for like background story. Like there's a background for these things. There's a story to tell about how they exist, which is neat. I'm a little disappointed in the dragons because they're not intelligent. Like normally dragon would be S, but I'm disappointed that let me reread it again really quickly. Let's go back real quick to a dragon. So, solitary, huge, terrifying, cautious hoarder. Again, not intelligent. They have elemental blood and wings. They are the greatest and most terrible things this world will ever have to offer. Instinct to rule. Bend an element to its will. Demand tribute. Act with disdain. Yeah, I don't really feel like they're on the same level necessarily as the S's, personally. Apocalypse Dragon. Again, I should probably like deal with that too, considering that's a big one. And again, it's not intelligent, but it's huge, magical, divine, solitary. It has supernatural knowledge. It's the creature that will end the world. Yeah, right? They add intelligent. Yeah, sometimes the tagging in here is really weird. I should specify that the copy that we're reading is, I think, a beta version from 2012. That's the free version. So it's possible that these things have changed since then in alternate versions of Dungeon World. Hello. Hello. Nice to meet you. Yeah, so there have definitely been some things in here that like maybe they fixed in later versions when they realized like, wait, we described this as, for instance, my bone to pick earlier was with twisted experiments and how do you define what is a twisted experiment? So Pegasus, they are creations of elves and they breed true and they hatch from eggs. But with the description, if we of let me see, where is it? I have to flip back and forth. It's not it's not a it's not a session of the game if you aren't flipping through the rule book. It's not a session of like learning the system if you aren't dancing back and forth between the pages. Where's the description? They have a description of twisted experiments here. For some who learn the arcane arts, it's not merely enough to be able to live for 1,000 years or throw lightning bolts that can fry a man. Some aren't quite satisfied with the power to speak to the dead or draw the angels down from the heaven. Hubris calls on those cloaked and hooded scientists to make a strange and unholy life of their own. No mortal children, these. These are the brood of a mind gone foul with strange magic. In this setting, you will find such nightmares as the Chimera, dripping poison. Here, too, are the protector golems and mutant apes. All sort of bad ideas await you in the fallen towers of the mad magicians of Dungeon World. So yeah, Pegasus are described as creation of elves, like elven mages. Ah, but they breed true. They're not. They were originally creation, but they don't have to be anymore. They're their own species ish, but they're still considered a twisted experiment. Versus, oh right, there was also the problem of it having the tag. It has a tag construct, I believe. Let me double check. The Pegasus has the tags group construct. Despite the fact that they're breeding true, despite the fact that they hatch from eggs, they are a construct. And you know what isn't a construct? A flesh golem. A flesh golem is not a construct? Really? Like, this is prototypical twisted experiment. It doesn't. Some of these things, like, I would personally alter. I personally alter the tags. Like, individually, it would be. I don't want to say individually. Like, if I didn't have the context of reading all the other ones and questioning this, I'd probably just pass. Like, okay, whatever. It doesn't have a tag. I wouldn't even notice it's missing necessarily. But like an iron golem is a construct, great, okay. And a flesh golem, they explicitly describe as being like stolen bits and pieces in the night. Graveyard stealthily upward in a maybe tonight an arm, a leg, another head. Even the humblest hedge enchanter can make do with what he can, and with a little creativity, well. It's not only the college that can make life, we'll show them. That sort of thing. Like, they're made explicitly. Yeah. There is some cases in here where it's shown that it's a unreliable narrator, for instance, the Kraken, where your narrator for the Kraken section, it's in quotes. That's why I say narrator. Uh, they the narrator seems to be a sailor who has seen a Kraken and he rejects that it was a created creature. Like to him, it's well, okay. I'll read the opening section for the Kraken. A cephalo what? No boy. Not a Kraken, but the Kraken. I don't know what nonsense they taught you at that school you say you're from, but here we know to respect the hungerer. Right? That's what we call it, the hungerer, etc., etc. So they're treating it as like a thing that lives in the depths, not necessarily a man-made creation type thing that this other person is looking after or one of a species. So the Kraken is in Twisted Experiments. It's not a construct though. I can understand that potentially, like depending on if you have the background of it's a science experiment gone wrong. It is deep blue sea with squids. Or is it like deep blue sea with squids like 10 generations later, that sort of thing? Mm, could be either. Yeah. So some of this is definitely unreliable and they leave it open ended on purpose. And it's It's your game to make it if you don't want it to be like this. And also, I will just say, are your players really going to have read this book? Are they going to remember it? I kind of doubt it. I know when I played, we only read the character creation and that was it. I don't necessarily. I feel like the people who go into a lot of the extra RPGs like this are not necessarily the ones who are going to be like they'll have potentially read the entire thing because they wanted to play it someday, maybe run it themselves. But I think that they would have the head about them to not like go delving into the stat block while you're actively playing the game. To know that like it should have this tag, but it doesn't. And also, does the tag actually affect how it's played? Depends on the tag, I suppose. Okay. Hmm? I did this because Apocalypse Dragon, where like, great, it's a Tarask. It's a Tarask. He reads everything but writes that sort of thing for a living. Mm, I could see that. It might also be a case of like, do they have a mind to remember it? Unless there's something particularly egregious, they may not remember. Especially if he reads a lot of that sort of thing. Things might blur. Although maybe that's just my memory betraying me. Might just be my memory betraying me. Let's see. Dreadful memory except for tools. When you say tools, do you mean what sort of tools? There's a lot of things that can be considered tools. Sorry about that. Well, I still haven't fully like I've been awake for a couple hours now. Let's see. I've been awake for 5 hours. I should probably be a bit more like awake than this. Oh, I I forgot about my tea. I went on break and I made tea and it's actually cold now. I forgot about it. It's actually cold. It was perfectly blocked out by my microphone, so I didn't see it. The pop filter. Yeah. It's fine cold. It's matcha. So it's fine cold. I'm not against cold tea. It's just I had made it hot. Ah, okay. I mean that's a bit of hand motion, right? Like riding a bicycle, you don't forget. So they say. So so they say. I feel like that somewhat applies to arts. I guess to crafts more so. A hot chip, yeah. Actually, I was probably distracted by the hot chip and didn't think about it because all I wanted after that was water. I didn't want tea. I didn't want hot drink. I used to yeah. I took a break earlier and I was making tea and took care of a few things. And I had a hot Pringle chip. I have had this container of Pringles for a while, for a couple months and months. And every now and then it's kind of, oh, I can have a chip as a treat to myself. It won't be so bad. And every time I regret it, I regret it. It hurts. Like it tastes fine at the beginning. Maybe not the tastiest chip. It's one of the, I don't have a huge amount of snacks necessarily. Like of like the savory type. I had a mochi donut, I think Friday. But yeah, for savory, like this is savory snack and hot Pringle chip. It's you could buy it in regular stores, I believe. Like they sell it. So I think I'm I'm weak to spices. I'm weak to spices. I'm used to things that don't need spices necessarily. Um, let me take a look. I think they still sell them. I mean, I think it's, give me a second. This is something someone in my family bought, and they had some of them, but I ended up taking home the rest. Let me grab it up. Is this it? This is it. I think it's this. Let me check. Well, I can't really check right now, but this is it. Yeah. So I don't know if they sell them anymore. I don't know if they sell them anymore. Yeah. I mean, I think for people who are used to spicy food, it's nothing big. But I'm not super used to spicy food, so yeah, it's difficult. I want to increase my spice tolerance. I want to do that, but it hurts. It hurts. Thank you, Quadjoy, for the follow. I remember going to an event where it was supposed to be. I knew that there would be spicy food, but I didn't know how spicy at the time. It was Indian food. It was an Indian, not a buff. I guess yeah, you might want to call it a buffet. Um, and I was there with some with Indians, and they were guiding me through it a bit. And they were telling me like, okay, this is spicy. This is not spicy. And they pointed at something, told me it was not spicy. Like this is fine for you. Their sense of taste was really wrong. It was spicy. They were trying to tell me it was sweet. Mm-mm. It was not a sweet. It was not a dessert. It was spicy. Oh, it's a little far off. I'm sorry. Because I'm over on this side. I'm going to actually, can I flip this real quick? I think I can flip it. Yeah. After that point, no, I don't know if I'm extra sensitive. I think it was just that they, like different. You said different levels. Different levels. Or maybe it was just the case of like that particular, like it may have been partially homemade food, honestly, and that might have also like changed people's thoughts about how spicy it should or shouldn't be. Because like I feel like a lot of Indian food when you go out to restaurants in the US are not necessarily catering to, they're catering to Americans who don't have strong taste, or rather they are sensitive to spice. So they make things a bit weaker. But I was in a situation where like I was the odd one out as a garden elf. I was the odd one out. Okay, posture check. Okay, I'm also gonna reject. I'm gonna give you back the stuff for the watering the primrose because you couldn't see it. I'll take the sip. I fixed the watering, so hopefully it will be on the right side now. Okay, posture check though. Mm, okay, I'll be closer. I'll be closer to the mic. Oh, feet flat, not shrimping. Yeah, I could definitely see that too. Could definitely see that too. Getting being given baby food. They just needed to make that for this buffet. They needed the like elf sensitivity table. They need an elf sensitivity table for the Indian food. 18 months now, I think. Let's see. The hello, Dash the dogs. How are you? Oh, it's a really cute cat. It's a really cute cat. I'm guessing it's Quackity's cat. He looks so sad. He looks like he wants some of the food. Sometimes my cats think that they want some of my food. Although I think I may have cured one of them of that. I had something a little bit spicy yesterday. A little tiny bit spicy, and the face that they made after that. It's just kind of, yeah, you don't want this. You do not want this. You do not want chipotle peppers. Dear cat, dear son of mine. Okay. Okay, salamanders are kind of cool, but they're not like super cool. Salamanders are only kind of cool. Also, thank you for the follow, Dash the Dogs. I'm sorry I missed that earlier. I saw the watering and I saw the posture check and the head tap, but I didn't see the follow. Screens here are a little overlap, so sometimes I miss some things. I don't know if I can. Just looking at how things are organized, and I hope that one day I will be able to have it so they don't overlap. Yeah, give me a second. I spilled tea. I spilled tea. Just a little bit. Don't talk and drink tea at the same time. So Minotaurs, they're not anything special, especially the way they're written in here. They're just kind of bleh. Nothing super inspiring, honestly. She'll sound tasty. I think she'll sound tasty. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I have recovered from my spice issue earlier. And we are ranking monsters from the lower depths. Actually going to change that too. So it's actually showing what we are ranking. We are ranking it. This is a larger tier list that I've been developing over the course of multiple readings, going through different settings. Okay, I already put Chul down. Chul was the one. They are the like half shrimp, half humans who are really good with butter. The book tells you so it must be true. The book tells you so. So just normally wouldn't be so much of an issue, but man, that bit with the butter at the end, like talking about like they're really good with butter, garlic. What was it? Garlic something butter. Yeah, okay. If you spot one, your best hope is a heavy mace to crack its shell and maybe a little garlic butter. Just kind of a case of, yes, let's introduce this sort of feeling to the. It's dungeon meshy adjacent. It's dungeon meshy adjacent. So kind of a If it weren't for that, they would probably be in like D. You can ask the question to your players: how intelligent does it have to be for it to be okay to eat? How intelligent does it have to not be, I suppose, actually? Unless I guess you're into only eating intelligent creatures. I think I've already had a debate about like what counts as cannibalism. What counts as cannibalism? And they don't have the intelligent tag. They do say that they have a primal intelligence, but they're not intelligent as per the tag. So a little easier there. Actually, Naga were intelligent, right? Naga are intelligent. Isn't snake supposed to taste a bit? Feels weird to say, like, a lot of things taste like chicken, right? I think alligator is like fishy chicken. So depending on the type of Naga, maybe it might be kind of similar. I've heard, I think some of them don't remember if it was Rattlesnake. It's like a spiciness to it too. Dungeon World is a tabletop RPG that is freely available online for free. Let me and that's why I'm able to talk about it here today and literally read the book. Um, so it's an alternative to Dungeons and Dragons. It is free. It is 410 pages of base book. That's all you need to run the game. As a player, you do not need to read the entire thing. As a game master, I would highly suggest reading through it all. And we are, let's see, on stream, we are at page 305 out of 410. But let me bring it back up. Dungeon World. Dungeon World is a world of fantastic adventure, a world of magic, gods and demons, of good and evil, law and chaos. Brave heroes venture into the most dangerous corners of the land in search of gold and glory. Adventures take many shapes in Dungeon World. The races of elves, men, dwarves, and halflings all have their heroes. But yes, it is a adventure, tabletop fantasy adventure role-playing game. You get to play as those heroes. Although, just because you're a hero doesn't mean that you have to be capital G good. The entire premise is that you are, well, I mean, it doesn't have to be taking place in a dungeon necessarily. We are covering through different areas of monsters, of settings. We have so far covered cavern dwellers, swamp denizens, undead legions, dark woods, ravenous hordes, and twisted experiments, and we are currently going through the lower depths. And monsters are simply something that stands between the player characters and their goals. That's it. Very broad. So I'm doing more of a gut feeling type thing on these creatures for the ranking. What? To scroll through. Let me check it up. So I've been reading about monsters for the past couple weeks on Sundays. Before that, I was reading Murder on the Orient Express by Agatha Christie. It's a Hercule Poirot mystery, and reading a couple other short stories. All the ones that are, not everything that I've been reading on Sundays are available on for long term, but the ones that are available on YouTube. In my Thoughts archive, I have like a playlist of things I've been reading, which does include Dungeon World. Does not include Orient Express. It does include some sci-fi short stories though. Mm-hmm. Lower depths. I'm just going to look back at the Naga. I think that it isn't the idea. I think having that as an enemy would be unexpected. I don't really think of Naga as great enemies that come up, but I can imagine it. I think it's really the intelligence that bumps them up. Otherwise, it'd be kind of like, worthwhile, you know? I've already forgotten about the Aboleth. What is the Aboleth like again? They were group, huge, intelligent, 18 hit points, 0 armor, tentacle creatures. Oh, right. So these are the fish the size of whales with strange growths of gelatinous feelers used to probe lightless shores. They tear people. Say tear people. They grab others to serve as their servants, to serve as their slaves. And they have fishy cultists working for them. Let's see. So they're actually in underground caverns of fresh water, it seems like. it's kind of hard to describe because they talk about deep below the surface of the world and freshwater seas untouched by the sun. So it's kind of a, is it just regular freshwater seas or is it like cavernous freshwater seas? I guess it could be either. I kind of like them. I don't know why they don't grab me quite as much as the Nagas though. But the whole having minions do their bidding when they're tied to another creature, but not necessarily like forcing a relationship between two different types of creatures. It's not like they only grab dwarves. They grab anything they can get their hands on to use as their minions. That's kind of neat. Grey Rangers are kind of weird. Grey Rangers are kind of weird. This is the one where it was they're like they rip and tear until it is done, unless you are their master. Unless you are their master, in which case they love you. They're like a puppy dog, which is a really weird difference. And then there's the case of like finding one that doesn't have a master and trying to sell it. Strange. It's strange. Magmen really, to me, reek of deep dwarves, but less mad. They're not happy, but they're not, I suppose, outright evil, like normal depictions of deep dwarves. Mhm. And I guess like the fire overtones, undertones, overtones. They're overtones. They're named Magmen. Uh, they focus on fire magic, especially for blacksmithing. At near the molten core of the planet, hellish heat survivors. Like it's just natural to them. Mm. We'll put them in C as well. And then we have the deep elves. I don't know how to feel about the deep elves with the whole elves did not feel sadness until humans. Until humans. It's all the humans' fault. Or rather, I suppose, it's the implication here, I guess. Initially, it was the Sundering, initially, we think would be two, but there's actually at least three different groups. So you have, for the Sundering, the great Sundering of the elves, because the glory the elves had built was cracked and turning to glass. Some chose to separate themselves from the world. Okay, that's group one. And implying there's another group that did not separate themselves from the world. So that's two groups right there. Uh, and those are the ones that were racked with tears, turning their back on men and dwarves. And then others who have spite, hatred, the new instinct, a new feeling that no elf had felt before, spite. Just kind of a. So that's the third group. There's the ones who didn't care, the ones who were sad, and then the ones who were spiteful over it. So they still turn their back on dwarves and men, but instead of just shunning them, they decided to murder. Murder is the superior option here. It's it's a really I shouldn't say it's a strange storyline. It's just a little bit it's written by an elf. Oh yeah, there's a we're not done. We're not done. There's a lot of monsters in here. I mean, they basically wanted to create, I suppose, all the standard generic monsters that there are. So basically, kind of covering most things that are available and what you would expect of a D&D SRD, and then some ones that are only Dungeon World. Yeah, there's a lot, and then there's just plain old folk. I say plain old folk, like acolytes and guards and priests, and what else was there? We haven't covered these ones yet, but anything can be a monster. Anything can be a monster. Mhm. Fools, bandits, hunters, nobles, peasants, tinkerers. Those can all be monsters too. Well, Dungeon World is just powered by the apocalypse. I mean, this I don't know how long the apocalypse world is. This is a 410-page book though. It's building off of Apocalypse World without being it. And I mean, I have played another powered by the apocalypse game that was like 30 pages. So, mm, your mileage may vary depending on what the reimplementation of the mechanic is. And I feel like for people who play a fantasy game where they're expecting something kind of like D&D but not exactly, you want like more stat blocks than not to help explain things. Want to give people a variety of options. Let's see. So we have the assassin, the swordmaster, and the priest. Normally for these, I don't actually split them up. I think it's only been like in one or two occasions where I've split up these kind of horde creatures. Because I remember Orc War Chief went up, and the other orcs went down a slot. Oh, but then we also have some orcs down here too. But like most of the four-mans are down here, I think. I think the same with the Tritons, they're all together. And then there's some things like the elves, the regular elves and the regular dwarves, I split up because there were only two of each. So where do elves go? Where do the deep elves go? The spiteful elves. I think it's an interesting plot line as to why they occurred that is not reliant on some of the other things that come about for dark elves. Because these aren't exactly dark elves, they're deep elves. Mm. Even though they're both creatures of the dark, of the deep, dark caverns. Caverns isn't even the right word. Deep, dark, lower depths with spider theme. Even though, like, do spiders, when you think about a creature that lives in like the deep, deep, dark caverns, does it have to be spiders that they rely on? Why don't they rely on imagery from another insect? Why spiders? Surely there has to be something else. Mm. Just looking at some of the other things that they chose to describe how they do things, and it's kind of I'm not certain if you consider like if you were to rebuild the concept of a dark elf or a deep elf or drow um over again, considering where they live, the kind of places that they live, some things again could be done a bit more thematically better. Like, is a whip that good of a weapon in a cavern? That takes a lot of headspace, doesn't it? Centipedes? Yeah, I was actually thinking of centipedes and millipedes, but I guess they're not sexy, even though they're like 80% leg. Don't men like legs? So, what is the problem if they've got like a million? Isn't that just more leg to love? Right? You give them rockin' mustaches, riding blind salamanders. I feel like there is a race that does that too. There is a race that is known for like riding salamanders. I think. Remember what? But yeah, like choose their weapons based on being like underground, potentially in tight tunnels, that sort of thing. I don't think whips really fall into that sort of use case. Uh like the spears honestly would be better. wouldn't they? Because they say they gave up spears. But you want to be able to have, actually, maybe there's a word for this, the kind of spear that comes apart. Like that would probably be good. Being able to like shorten or lengthen it. If you want something long and pokey for in front of you, because you can't really swing it from above in a tunnel. Just thinking like how tunnel fighter? How tunnel fighter without beat broken? Yeah. I think I would probably tear them a little bit further apart from being a. I wish I had the space between like B and C. I need like B.5 or C.5. I guess it would be B.5. Like looking at these other creatures, I guess I'll put them in B altogether. I'll put them in B altogether. Glaive or scimitar? Maybe, yeah. The glaive probably wouldn't be so bad. Something, a short sword type thing. Short sword type thing. That you could. There's a word for this. When you put a sword on top of a gun, that sort of thing. What is it? It's not a musket. It's a. There's another word for it. Punching daggers. Yeah, that also requires you to get close to. That also, but it's not a bad thing necessarily. Bayonet. Yes, bayonet. So, like, magical bayonet. Actually, I wonder how feasible it would be to have, like, gunpowder be invented in the deep underground. Have, like, have these deep elves be the first ones to invent bayonets. Would that work out with how gunpowder is made? I don't honestly know, because it would also have a use case of, mining in general and creating new settlements. It'd be very useful. Control dynamite. Being at the forefront of that technology. Because dark dwarves don't exist in this game as far as we found them. I don't think. The closest thing we just have are regular dwarves, which would also have the same interest points, honestly. They don't specify the difference between lower depths and regular depths in here. But I think that the deep dwarves, or rather deep creatures, especially these deep elves, would weaponize it first compared to the dwarves. Like regular dwarves, I mean. But again, it could be your worlds. You can make dark dwarves exist. Maybe there are no dark, deep elves. Maybe they are dark dwarves instead. Yeah, I actually can't do a search on here for like dwarf, but I'm pretty certain that we didn't come across any. And I don't think that we're going to. Let me do a real quick look ahead, because we've already covered, like, they were regular dwarves in. Yeah, cavern dwellers had dwarven warriors, and that was it. And the dark woods had elvish warriors and elvish high arcanists. And they weren't in the hordes. They're not in twisted experiments. They're not in lower depths. The only things left are planar powers, which they don't. Okay, I was wrong about something. I was wrong about something. Um, hmm, hmm. Interesting. Interesting. We'll get to that later. There might be some revisions in the future. There might be some revisions in the future. Folk of the realm, though, they don't have any species attached to any of these. Cavens? Yes, well, you just have to plan, right? Yeah, yeah. So I think it'd be useful all around for all the deep dwellers to invent slash use gunpowder. But then again, at the same time, actually, the elves might just use magic for that sort of thing, or so. but not all of them are that good at it, I would imagine. So gunpowder is a backup for those who are not magically inclined. Sounds about right. Let's see. What is going on? What's going on? This up at this hour. We've made it through. Actually, let me. This is the entire list so far. It all fits. It barely. Look at it. It barely fits on one page. Mostly because I suppose we didn't add anything that had to create a new row. I might have to make some adjustments next time. I might have to make some adjustments. Make it fit. Okay. Is there anyone who's currently rating? Is there anyone else who's currently rating? Thank you for the follow, Gonsgrim. Mm. So weird. That's so weird. Oh, Ohio Hina. Oh, wait, it's a rerun. Um, I don't think anyone in here is reading right now. What do you expect to fight? Look, I have other things you could fight. We haven't even touched the Fae. We haven't even touched the Fae. And I was back in August, I think it was. I was going to run a game on stream. I was going to game master a Powered by the Apocalypse game, but due to issues that cropped up at game time, we were unable to play, and because of the topics at hand, passed on doing it that season. So like maybe that might come back up in summer. I think it was a summer game, and I would like to try and run something, but I have to kind of gather the heart for it. I have to gather the heart for it. It's been actually now just probably about a year since I've last game mastered something that was for like a group of players that wasn't for chat or myself, because I did do something for chat for Halloween for October, which I would like to run another one of those. But first things first. First things first. Okay. So I guess the question is, do you guys want like ASMR or do you want tabletop talk? It's really a divide here. There's no one else who does this mix, I think. Because it's pretty much going to be like old traditional ASMR, or it's going to be tabletop talk. Tabletop? Okay. In that case, I will be sending you guys to a different green tabletop elf. I'll send you guys to Halbernaut. It's painting Sunday. I don't honestly like there's tabletop RPGs. I don't always know if people are doing like Halbernaut. Yes. It's like the only VTuber right now who's doing tabletop RPGs is actually running like a campaign. I think. Yeah, it's like part 34. Um, Otherwise it might be under just chatting, and there's so much to parse through for that. And I don't see anyone else that I know of who's doing something of this type. I do pop in when people are doing like there was Hazmat was reading tabletop stuff earlier, and I know Kogasa sometimes does that sort of thing as well. Oh yeah, and Halbernacht is going to be running Lancer tomorrow for Sasha, just Sasha. Dice Queen D, it's D. Um, Min's going to be in it, and Joruna actually. I believe that's all the players, and Hal's running it on his channel. So, if you're interested in watching people play tabletop games, Lancer is something Jordan, I actually rated into her, I believe, for after I did Puzzle Agent 2. I'm pretty certain because it was like really late and she's, I think she's in Japan. Did I spell? I did the wrong commands. I did the wrong commands. Did the wrong commands. Okay, right. Set up the raid. But yes, Lancer is, I think, a more detailed RPG that he's been wanting to run. So it'll be interesting to watch. I'm looking forward to it. Actually, wait, it's Monday? Oh, it's Monday. Okay. I think it's Monday. We'll have to ask. We'll have to ask. But otherwise, this upcoming week, I'm going to have to double check the days. Yeah, for Lancer. Ah, and I just switched my schedule up so I wasn't. I was. I thought he was Tuesday, Wednesday. We had like the same schedules, and how am I gonna watch it? I'm supposed to stream on Wednesday. I will be streaming this week. I should be streaming on Friday. I am definitely going to be doing my ice cream tasting, wine ice cream tasting. Um, Maybe there might be something kind of pilky in there. I'm going to be continuing Bloodstains on Wednesday, for sure, and then I'm going to make a decision on when I'm going to be doing my tabletop game. My board games. I usually play board games one day of the week. And I have to check my schedule whether or not I'll be able to read next Sunday afternoon. There might be something that comes up. So I may or may not be able to do it, but I'll be posting my schedule.